Agenda, I would like to make some announcements. Today our meeting will operate in two parts, Part A and B, and there will be an interval between those parts, and Part B is scheduled to start no earlier than 1 p.m. So if you're here for anything other than the JNIC application, your applications won't be heard until at the earliest 1 o'clock. And I'll reiterate again that due to the complex nature of the single agenda item in Part A, that is Shepherd's Grove at Stanton, we have introduced extended public speaking arrangements. It is my intention to offer a comfort break after all public speakers have addressed the committee and before the committee begins its discussion and debate. The meeting will be live streamed on YouTube, so if any member of the public attending the meeting objects to being filmed, please advise us immediately and we will ensure that they are not included in the filming. Although I stress, the public gallery will not feature in the live stream and public speakers will only be filmed from behind where they are seated and their faces will not be visible. So, yeah, I expected that, Nigel. Yes, I was going to say, if anyone doesn't want to appear on live streaming, then please just put your hand. Nigel?
Yes, I get very content audio only.
Are we content with that? Yeah, no one else objecting? Thank you very much indeed. We can move on. If anybody present has attended one of these committee meetings before, please note that we have recently introduced electronic cue to speak. And that's a functionality which the committee members will no longer be raising their hands to indicate to the chair they wish to speak, but it will appear on my screen here. As always, we welcome those attending as registered speakers and likewise those in our public gallery. For those who may have not attended a formal meeting before, the process is that we will operate with respect on each application on the agenda today, and which will commence with the officer's presentation. Following which, those registered to speak will address the committee. And once the registered speakers have concluded, committee members will debate the application and vote on a decision. Can I remind you that only those registered to speak may verbally address the committee, and they may only do so under the public speaking part of the meeting. In line with our customer service standards, we ask that all attendees respect the committee process and likewise treat our staff and councillors politely and with respect. And members, you are reminded that when you have to press the button on your mic to speak. I think we are getting more familiar with this now. The light goes green, it flashes green when you're next to speak, and when you want to speak, it has to be red, otherwise we won't hear you. So thank you for that. We'll now move on to the formal agenda. So Helen, could I have apologies for absence, please?
Chair, you have apologies from councillors Carol Bull and Marilyn Sayer. And if I may advise in respect of the substitution, we do not have a substitute for Councillor Carol Bull. Councillor Donna Higgins will be substituting for Councillor Marilyn Sayer, but is unable to join us for Part A of the meeting and will be joining purely for Part B.
Thank you, Helen. And sadly, Carol's had to accompany her husband to hospital this morning. She has submitted a written statement in her capacity as ward member, so that Helen will read that out on her behalf. But unfortunately, the situation with her husband, it meant that she had to prioritise accompanying him to hospital rather than being here. She offers her apologies to her residents within her ward for that. But I'm sure if you know Carol, you'll understand that that's not something that she would automatically choose to do. Thank you. Right. So we've got Councillor Sayer and Councillor Bull. Apologies. We've got Donna Higgins, who's going to come for Part B. I don't see there's any substitute here for Councillor Bull, unfortunately. But right, minutes of the last meeting, which was on the 6th of March. Are there any observations, corrections? No one's indicating. Can I see a proposer, please? Councillor Whittam. And a second, Councillor London. So the minutes have been proposed by Councillor Whittam and seconded by Councillor London, unamended in any way. Can I see a show of hands in favour of the minutes, please?
That's accepted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Then we move to item 4, which is the declarations of interest. And members are reminded of their responsibility to declare any disclosable pecuniary interest, other registrable or non-registrable interests which they have in any item of business on the agenda, no later than when that item is reached, and when appropriate to leave the meeting prior to discussion and voting on the item. Have any members anything to declare? Councillor Thorndyke.
Agenda item 5, as per the minutes of the last meeting.
Yes, and I similarly have agenda item 5, and my interests are as per minutes of the last meeting.
Thank you both. Just for clarity for those who weren't in attendance at the last meeting, Councillor Smith declared in the interest of openness and transparency that he had attended Bardwell Parish Council's meeting when the Parish Council considered the application. However, he stressed that he did not take part in the discussion or voting on the item at the Parish Council and therefore had an open mind. Similarly, Councillor Jim Thorndyke also declared in the interests of openness and transparency that he had attended Stanton Parish Council's meetings when the Parish Council considered the application. However, he stressed that he would keep an open mind and listen to the debate prior to voting on the item. From what both councillors have said, and provided they both keep an open mind, I don't see that that precludes them from taking part.
Thank you very much indeed, Claire. I don't think there's anybody else, is there? So we can move on now to agenda item 5, which is land at Shepherd's Grove, Berry Road in Stanton. And Gary, you can continue start your presentation when you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. This application relates to Shepherd's Grove in Stanton. It's a hybrid application, both in full and in outline. The full element of the application is for the storage, distribution and processing of accident damaged vehicles, together ancillary buildings, B8 use classes and others as set out in the report. And also the outline part of the application to the construction of buildings for commercial roadside uses, use classes B2, B8, C1, E, etc. set out on the screen for you now. And this also includes a hot food takeaway and pub restaurant. All matters are reserved apart from access for that application. So I'll move on to the background to this application before you now. The application was deferred from consideration at the last Development Control Committee in March, where members were minded to refuse the application, contrary to the officer recommendation. The reason being the additional vehicular traffic generated by the proposed development routing through surrounding villages to avoid peak time congestion on the A143 would have a significant harmful impact on the amenity of residents. And they felt that this harm outweighs the benefits of the proposal. As that resolution was contrary to the recommendation of approval, the decision-making protocol was invoked. Hence, this application is now back before you for consideration, and also accompanied by a risk assessment report. I'll just go through the presentation. This is largely the same as last time, but it has been updated. So I'll set out the application and the proposal for you now. So in terms of the location of the site, it's located here, outlined circled in red. Shepherd's Grove, you've got the village of Hepworth to the north, Walsham the Willows to the southeast. The A143 running between Bury and Diss. Ixworth to the west, obviously Bury down here, and you've also got the A14 in this location here. The site itself is an allocated site in the local plan under policy RV4. That's the allocated site outlined in blue. The red dotted line here, or dash line, is the proposed new access and link road to link through to Grove Lane here. Forms part of the allocation. And also you note on the text on the screen there that this allocation, although it does allocate it for B1, B2, B8 uses generally, it does also allow for higher value development should the viability require it, subject to, obviously, as it says there, further review of market conditions. And this will become more apparent as we move through the presentation. I also make reference to that in my report as well. There was a master plan approved for the site as well in 2019. It was adopted by the council for a period of 3 years, which is now expired. As you can see, this included general employment areas. It included roadside uses in this location here, adjacent to the new roundabout and access road. It also required a link through to Grove Lane. It also included an area of residential development at the time. But as you'll see from the report and the application, that's no longer proposed. Slightly more detailed location plan for you. Here's the A143 and the site itself and the adjoining existing development at Shepherd's Grove. Generally speaking, you could say it's split into two areas. This is Shepherd's Grove East. So this is the existing industrial area, which includes the likes of DHL and also Suffolk Mushrooms located here, and some further existing employment on Shepherd's Grove West, if you like, located down here, adjacent to Grove Lane, and Shepherd's Grove Park, which is the residential caravan park, is located here, and obviously Stanton itself, located here. So the current accesses to the site are via Summer Road here, which accesses the east part, and presently accessed via Stanton, via this road here, and also coming from this direction, generally speaking, traffic enters it via this route to this element. This is just an aerial location plan, just to give you slightly more detail. You've got the northern, central and southern areas of the proposed site. This is the area for the vehicle processing site. You've got a small area proposed here for additional employment use, and obviously you've got the roadside uses in the northern area. And as I pointed out, the existing industrial buildings at Shepherd's Grove that surround it. Okay, this shows context for you of both what's currently proposed, what we're looking at now, and also for completeness and for transparency, showing you also what there's a current application in at the moment for the adjoining site as well. But obviously, we're only here to consider the JNIC application, but this does indicate that there is a current application proposed for this area of the site, which, if I just point out, is this area here, so not included in this application, but still within the overall allocation. This is the site layout for you in more detail. Hopefully, I've noted for you the purple areas you can see here are the general employment areas and roadside uses that are proposed, located here and here. And outlined in blue here is the vehicle processing use that's proposed. So the majority of the site is for the vehicle processing use. And here is that area in slightly more detail. So what's proposed is storage areas, a small element here where for treatment and for the extraction of vehicle fluids, etc., and a small tank farm where the fluids would be temporarily stored before they're removed from site. And you've got small processing other buildings and also some office accommodation here and general parking as well. The green areas, incidentally, are the landscaped areas for the site. This is the roundabout access in slightly more detail for you. A new roundabout is proposed here. It's a 4-arm roundabout. So the existing A143 continues up to this point and then carries on in this direction. There'd be a new link through to Summer Road. So this section of Summer Road would be stopped up, and that would then just become used by pedestrians and cyclists. And then obviously, as I say, this element would then link into this arm of the roundabout, and then this arm of the roundabout is then the main access into the site, which continues down here into the vehicle processing area. This area circled in yellow here is now going to be shown in more detail on this picture. This is where the arm of the roundabout would then link back in with the A143. And this is a footpath which would then join in to then form a crossing point in this area here, which is the street, which is the road into Hepworth. So hopefully that gives you a bit more detail of that element of the scheme. This is an aerial view of the site. Again, to give you a bit more context, to show you the two access points to the site. So I mentioned from Grove Lane and this point here. Just a new link formed to the site here and various upgrades. And also additional footpath link, which I will come on to shortly. And obviously you've got the main access to the site to the north. I say Summer Road carries on towards Walsham and the Willows in this direction. Just moving round, looking from the other direction, you can see here's obviously the proposed roundabout area. And then the area here, which is for the vehicle processing use, and the roadside use is here. This small area here is for further employment use. And you can clearly see, obviously, the existing buildings, the DHL, and obviously the mushroom factory. That location here, and various this location is the mushroom element. There were other industrial uses on this area of the site as well. However, the majority of those have now gone. Now going to turn to the Grove Lane element of the scheme. This is Grove Lane coming into the site in this location here. You've got Shepherd's Grove Park. What is proposed here is a new link to the site in this location, and then this element between this point is proposed for a new footpath link where there currently isn't one. The existing footpath starts roughly here or ends, depending on which way you look at it, and then carries on through to Stanton Village. So the proposal is to continue that link or footpath between these points to then link into the site. Just to give you some visuals of the site as it is now. This is the northern area of the site. The location of the roundabout is roughly in this location here. This is Summer Road heading towards Walsham. So this section here we're looking at is where it would be stopped up to traffic, and the new junction would be at the roundabout, roughly in this location here. This is the frontage of the site taken from the street. It's road into Hepworth, and again, the roundabout would be located roughly here. obviously with a new arm of the roundabout coming in at this point. And I've just taken, showing you some examples of winter and summer views for you, which are not that dissimilar. This is going round to the site from Sumner Road here, where there is an existing concrete track entrance from Sumner Road. This is largely I put this in because this members hopefully will reflect back that they did view the site from here. They entered the site at this point to then move further into the site to afford these views here. But in terms of their application itself, there is no access proposed at this location. This is a view from the A143 looking south towards the central and southern areas of the site. So at this point here, this is undisturbed. The majority of the site is further in the distance in this location at this point, and obviously to the left here is where the access to the site would be further to the left. But I took this picture to show you this is where there are some existing residential properties on the A143 at this point. However, there's no actual development proposed immediately adjacent to them. This is a view of the site looking northeast from Grove Lane. So the site is in the distance here. You can also see the existing buildings at Shepherd's Grove in the distance. And this is the new link proposed into the site with the existing industrial buildings to the right here. And this is also the area of the site where the new footpath link would also be proposed, which is shown on the screen for you here. So that picture was just taken from this point. So this section here is where the new footpath link would be. In terms of the link to Grove Lane, to the site from Grove Lane, it involves a section here which is a new upgraded road with a footpath, cycleway, and also various build out here to accommodate the existing trees. And there's a change in priority at this junction here. So this is Upthorpe Road coming into Grove Lane. So this becomes a priority junction here. And these works have already been agreed via Section 278 agreement. That's the agreement with the local highway authority. So that is already in place and effectively ready to go should the application be approved. This is just to give you, I won't dwell on this too much because it's more of a sort of technical detailed plan, but this shows the proposed footpath provision on Grove Lane, which would also be then form part of a Section 278 agreement with the County Council's Highway Authority. But you can see the elements in yellow of the new footpath to the south of the road, continuing all the way along to just outside Shepherd's Grove Park, where there are existing bus stops. Just some visuals for you. This one is taken, this is the new link from Grove Lane into the site. So this is effectively coming into the vehicle processing area of the site. So top view is the view now, currently. Then obviously this is year one. So the new road comes in and carries on through the site. And then you've got existing new planting at that point. At year 7, obviously, this is shown with the landscaping slightly more established. And then at year 15, this is a sort of photo montage to show what it would look like once the planting is well established 15 years in. Which, as you can see, would hopefully then screen a large degree of both the existing buildings, but also any proposed buildings on the site. In terms of the buildings on the site, these are at the moment within the vehicle processing area, because that's the application largely in full permission. So what's proposed is a motorcycle store and fitters building, which is single story, albeit it's quite long, 68 metres by 16 metres, but 5.5 metres high. That provides cover and storage for motorcycles and a basic workshop facility. Another building, which is a photo building where images would be taken, not as big, this one, but it's 40 metres by 15 by 7 metres high. These are sort of buildings you typically find in an industrial sort of commercial location. And finally, a processing building, which I mentioned earlier, is where the vehicles are depolluted, fuel and liquids are removed from them, and then temporarily stored on site. This is a smaller building, 21 metres by 15 metres by 6.7 metres to the ridge. And finally, an office building. Again, all single story. This one is quite low rise at 3.2 metres and just includes the usual offices and facilities, welfare facilities for staff on the site. In terms of proposed drainage for the site, the area for the new proposed access and roundabout is positively drained and involves surface water storage and attenuation, and these two ponds located here. Where at the moment, obviously the site is mixture of greenfield and brownfield, but there is a large degree of greenfield on that site. So the drainage system is designed to maintain the greenfield runoff rates, but it's a positive drainage system, which means that it's attenuated to maintain those flows at greenfield rates. So that's a betterment, if you like, because of course at the moment there is no attenuation at all. So when you have extreme rainfall, flows can increase very quickly, but with a positive drainage system that is continue attenuated to maintain a steady flow drainage. And then that's obviously the access area roundabout. The vehicle processing area is largely permeable, with the exception obviously of the depollution area. That would then drain into existing ditches, but again attenuated at a greenfield runoff rate. Just run through a summary of the comments that were received on the application from parish councils and Green Ixworth. Stanton Parish Council support the application. They do acknowledge the impact of the development, but they feel that the building of the relief road would outweigh any concerns. Hepworth Parish Council object to the application for the reasons on the screen for you there. Traffic impact, increase of flooding risk, pollution risk. They don't believe there's a significant employment benefit to local communities, and that obviously the former Copart area should be removed from the application. Other parish councils, their objections are summarised here, which, as you can see, HGVs using unsuitable roads, the A143 not being able to cope with additional traffic, air quality, light pollution. They're concerned with the type of industry proposed, as the roadside uses, including fast food, not being suitable for a rural area, and that further consideration should be given to a footbridge over the A143 at Ixworth. In terms of local residents' objections, these are as per the parish council's comments, but also include the following. There's concerns raised about the master plan now being expired, and therefore that a new one should be produced. Concerns about litter, pollution, the health impact on local residents in the area, the overdevelopment of the site, additional carbon produced by development will add to the current climate emergency. Hepworth Village will become a cut through for motorists. and it would also set a precedent for future development along the A143 and an impact on wildlife and biodiversity. And also a danger from fire, and also a risk to the Avanti gas site, which is located adjacent to the vehicle processing area as part of the existing industrial buildings on East Shepherd's Grove. And overall industrialisation of the countryside. As an update to that, I've also recently received further comments from local residents, one of which was received this morning. So I'll just update you for them now. I'll just summarise them. I won't read it out in full, but one resident of, I believe this is Hepworth, stated that the application needs to be refused due to the long-standing traffic problems along the A143 from Hepworth to Bury, and well, certainly until those are sorted out, and that the application shouldn't be considered at this time. And then this is a resident or residents of Walsham, the Willows. They oppose the development because they feel that traffic will be increased dramatically through the village of Walsham, the Willows. Whilst they accept most vehicles will access via the A143, they feel there will be traffic making a shortcut to the A14 through the village. And they feel that their village is being more affected than the other villages in the area. And lastly, this was received very short notice this morning. This is a resident of Hepworth who raised issues about fire risk for the storage of vehicles on the site, and in particularly the storage of electric vehicles. And they also raised concerns about the lack of response from the Environment Agency to environmental concerns, generally speaking, and therefore the impact that might have on this site should there be issues in the future. Again, particularly in respect of electric vehicle fires. They also raised concerns about water supply and the requirement for fire hydrants on the site. They also have concerns over the proposed 10-year lifespan of the application and the question the legality of that. And then finally, again, it's to do with the proposed levels of vehicle traffic generated by the development. And they feel that the applicant's traffic movement data is flawed, outdated, or irrelevant. So that's a summary of the most recent correspondence received. So I'll move on now to summary of the local of support for the application, which is generally come from local businesses, including MGF, who are currently on the site. As you see there, they feel that the proposals being put forward would help their business invest in the area. Property recycling groups support the application. They feel that this site has been vacant for a long time. It's been allocated for a long time as well, and earmarked for development since the 80s. And they feel again the cost of improvements for the site has been a major hurdle in the past, and they obviously welcome the current application. And again, an existing business on the site also in support of the proposal for the reasons on the screen for you there. In terms of the summary of the offer's sort of consideration for the application overall, before I then turn to the risk assessment, the proposal is considered a generally called revision policy RV4, and also the emerging site allocations policy AP42, which effectively reallocates this site for the future. And it also fully accords with paragraphs 85 and 88 of the NPPF, and is considered accepted from principle. It is noted that the application does not fully accord with RV4 in respect of the inclusion of some main town centre uses. That's all set out in my risk assessment report. But despite this, we feel that subject to the conditions as proposed, the application is still generally in accordance with the policy RV4. The development provides significant infrastructure to serve commercial uses. It also helps to unlock the further development of what is a strategic employment allocation. The removal of the need for commercial traffic to access the site through Stanton Village is a significant benefit to local residents. Whilst there will be some impact on the landscape setting of the area, this isn't just to be significant. The proposal is not considered to have a significant adverse impact on the highway network, and subject to conditions, which include the additional footpath provision I referred to, provides for appropriate levels of sustainable transport. And this is in accordance with the NPPF and our own policies, DM2, DM45 and DM46. The impact on air quality can be made acceptable, and again, this is in accordance with policy. Development can be accommodated without increasing the risk of flooding elsewhere. And again, that's in accordance with the requirements of policy DM6 and the NPPF. Subject to appropriate conditions, and noise impact on neighbouring receptors can be made acceptable. And again, the application is considered to accord with policy in that regard and the NPPF. I'll just now summarise the risk assessment report, because that does introduce some additional information and considerations. As I mentioned already, whilst the proposed development does not accord with all the criteria of policy RV4, the main employment elements of the scheme do accord with the policy. Roadside uses proposed help to create a viable scheme on a site where there's significant infrastructure proposed and where their costs have risen considerably over the years. Officers are satisfied that the uses, both within Class E, as set out in paragraph 15, and those that are excluded, are appropriate for the site. So I refer you to paragraph 15 of my risk assessment report, which sets out the reasoning for excluding certain uses, but also obviously including elements of Class E. These are largely to do with the town centre uses, which are excluded in policy RV4. But with that condition in place, set out in paragraph 15, we feel that the impact on town centres is acceptable. We've given due consideration to the setting up of a liaison group set out in the report, and we're satisfied that the formation of such a group can be required by condition of any approval. The travel plan condition has been reworded to ensure that future businesses operating on the site adopt policies that as feasibly possibly dictate that no vehicles owned as part of the company's fleet utilise the minor routes in the vicinity of the site. This is to obviously avoid as best we can cars and commercial vehicles using routes through local villages. In terms of the co-part element of the scheme, as was, the applicants have commented on that. It was raised at the meeting last time as to why the application is being brought forward without them on board anymore. However, as you can see on the screen there, the main reason being is that to attract hopefully future occupiers on the site, a planning permission needs to be in place ideally. So by doing this and hopefully gaining an approval, then other uses, similar operators, will hopefully be attracted to the site for that use, as indeed, of course, Copark could still be a potential occupier in the future should they wish to. In terms of just wanted to summarise the risk assessment itself, and in this case, it's the purpose of the risk assessment. It's purely just to advised members of the risk associated with their resolution, their minded to resolution to refuse, having regard to relevant planning policies, and obviously my previous recommendation that the application is approved. But just to reiterate, for the reasons set out in the report, it remains your officer's opinion and recommendation that planning permission should still be approved. But clearly, if you are still minded to refuse the application, you must be satisfied with the risk associated in doing so, and there are set out in the report for you. The most significant risks being financial and reputational. Hopefully this is set out clearly for you. Given the site is a strategic employment allocation, it's even more important here to have reasons for refusal which will stand up to scrutiny in respect to planning merits and supported by robust evidence. So whilst there will be some harmful impact from the development in terms of increased traffic on local highway network, as I mentioned before, the development would not have an unacceptable risk to highway safety, and importantly, wouldn't have a cumulative severe impact on the road network. So the refusal ground based on amenity impacts on local residents, as was the minded to refusal reason by members last time, without any objective analysis or evidence, and also where it's considered that there are no grounds for such a refusal by the local higher authority, this would open the council up to significant financial risk at any appeal. So that's the risk assessment dealt with. And then finally, I now just conclude again on the planning balance for the overall application. In terms of the benefits, the proposal will deliver a substantial part of the rural employment allocation and contribute towards the economy of the district. It will provide the key infrastructure necessary to unlock the delivery of the remainder of the strategic employment allocation. There will be significant job creation, potentially 90 jobs for the vehicle processing use, but also future job opportunities associated with the other proposed uses on the site, including B2, C1 and Class E, retail, offices and restaurant. There will be a reduction in traffic movements associated with commercial activity, Shepherd's Grove through Stanton Village, and enhanced pedestrian and cycle connectivity to Stanton Village as well. In terms of the disbenefits, it is acknowledged there will be increased traffic on the local road network, specifically the A143 and local villages along this route. However, this is not considered to be a severe impact by the local highway authority. There will be an increase in traffic on the A14 junctions 43 and 47, though again, this is not considered to be severe by National Highways, who were consulted on the application. There is a degree of landscape harm through the construction of a new roundabout and, of course, the adjoining businesses in terms of the buildings, and it will change the existing character and appearance of the area to a degree. However, the sensitivity of the landscape is just to be moderate to low, and therefore this change can be accommodated without significant harm. So to conclude, it remains a strong opinion of officers that the clear benefits arising from the development are substantial and they outweigh any identified harm. It is acknowledged the application does not fully accord with policy RV in respect to the inclusion of some of the main town centre uses, which would normally require a sequential approach to their location. However, these uses can be excluded from the permission by way of a suitably worded condition, as set out in my report. And this offers appropriate protection to town centres. Subject to appropriate planning conditions and obligations, the development is acceptable and in general compliance with the relevant development plan policies and the National Planning Policy Framework. So therefore, the application is recommended for approval, subject to the conditions set out in the report and the Section 106 legal agreement, which would secure off-site mitigation land for farmland birds. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Gary. Right, we turn our attention to public speaking. I'm going to take each one of the categories in turn. So The first to speak will be the people who object to the application. And if I could just read through the names I've got and in what capacity they're speaking and how they're presenting. So, Nigel Burrows, you're a resident of Hepworth and affected by the application. You advise that David Tomlin is not able to be here today, so you're going to take 2 speaking slots. You will effectively have up to 6 minutes when you begin your presentation. It's a pleasure. Then we've got Councillor Richard Winch, who's a Mid-Suffolk ward member. He can't be with us today, so he has submitted a written statement which Helen will read out on his behalf. We've got Kate Rees, and you're a resident of Ixworth affected by the application, and so you've got 3 minutes to address the committee. And finally, we've got Roger Spiller, and you are speaking on behalf of Green Ixworth, and you again, sir, have got 3 minutes. I think I've covered everybody there. So, Nigel, the clock will... So, I beg your pardon.
In terms of where you're asking the others to come forward, it comes after the parish councils, and Gary, Councillor Bloomfield, is still sat at the back.
Yes, I didn't mention his name, did I?
No, but you'll need to come forward before the point.
Oh, I see.
Introduce yourself on it.
Yeah, I've got it. Okay, yes. It's always good to have democratic services on your shoulder. Right. Yes. So, Nigel, you've got up to 6 minutes, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Nigel Burrows. I live in Hepworth and I object to this application. I'm a retired planning inspector. I was appointed by the Secretary of State to deal with over 1,200 appeals during my 16 years as an inspector. I also dealt with numerous cost applications. Insofar as the planning officer's risk assessment is concerned, in my view, the officers are wrong to say your refusal of the application is unlikely to stand up to scrutiny on appeal. Your exposure to costs at an appeal is very limited. You do not have to put forward a perfect case or even a winning case. It's enough to simply put forward a reasonable or respectable case in order to avoid a costs award. In this instance, your refusal will be supported by several parish councils and over 105 objection letters. All of those objections would be before the inspector. You should also be aware that all of the application will be before the inspector, not just your reasons for refusal. So it's quite possible the inspector may identify other main issues to be considered. The risk assessment by the officers is also deeply flawed. Paragraph 37 says a refusal based on impact upon amenity is not supported by the Highway Authority, but that's not the role of the Highway Authority. The Highway Authority is concerned with highway safety and the free flow of traffic. It's your job as the local planning authority to address amenity considerations. The reasons for refusal suggested by the officers in the spirit of helpfulness are incomplete. They should also include reference to retail customer movements to and from the site. The reasons for refusal should also address the conflict with policy RV4 and DM30, which are concerned with employment land, and also the conflict with policies DM2 and DM5, which protect the character and appearance of the countryside and the landscape. The officers now say in their latest report that the proposal does not accord with all of the criteria of policy RV4. That is a significant change of their position. Nothing of that sort was said in their first report to you in March. They also say that higher value uses, such as plots A to C, help to create a viable scheme. But paragraph 12 of their report confirms there is no economic viability appraisal submitted. The officers are simply repeating the applicant's assertions about market conditions and infrastructure costs and so on. Those are vague, generalised assertions, unsupported by any objective analysis. In other words, the very risk that you've been advised of in the officer's risk assessment. There's no reference to the equation proposal for employment uses, which include B2 and B8. That's clear evidence there's a prospect of finding suitable employment uses for this allocated site without resorting to the need for higher value uses. The officers are dealing with this in a piecemeal matter. The officers still cite the 2019 master plan, but that's expired. Paragraph 1011 of the explanatory text of policy RV4 indicates the master plan should include a mechanism to review market conditions. That hasn't happened. Since 2019, market conditions have been seriously disrupted by COVID. The equation proposal has emerged. None of those matters have been addressed. So far as other matters are concerned, travel planning condition, well, that fails the test of precision. You cannot say in a planning condition as far as reasonably possible. That provides no objective analysis upon which to measure compliance or otherwise with the condition. As Councillor London pointed out at the last meeting, there's no reason justification in the report for a 10-year period for the commencement of development. And the officers are still failing to grapple with the fact the co-part-like proposal is a sui generis use. It does not fall within use class B8, and therefore no reliance can be placed on some of the supporting reports produced in connection with co-part, or, and this is most important, on the Highway Authority's TRICS data of traffic movements. There's no compelling evidence to demonstrate there's an unsatisfied demand for commercial roadside uses in this location. The introduction of plots A to C are contrary to planning policies RV4 and DM30. Those plots also represent an undesirable intrusion of commercial activity, which would irrevocably harm the rural character and appearance of the countryside, contrary to policies DM2 and DM5. The harm to the countryside will be accentuated by the physical intrusion of commercial development upon what is currently an open field indistinguishable from the surrounding farmland. The general area of commercial activity resulting from the roadside uses, including noise and light pollution, would reinforce this harm. The location could become a honeypot for antisocial activities, creating noise and disturbance in the evening and at night. In conclusion, Mr. Chairman, there are robust planning grounds to refuse the application, and you should have no qualms in going against the planning officer's recommendation. Thank you very much for listening to my comments.
And thank you, Nigel. You finished in exactly 6 minutes. You did. Right, we turn our attention now to Councillor Richard Winch's statement, which Helen will read out on his behalf. Over to you, Helen, and you're subject to 3 minutes.
Thank you. The residents of the Walshamley Willows ward were pleased and relieved that members were mindful to refuse this application at the Development Control Committee on 6th of March 2024. The proposed development has the potential to create in excess of 1,000 additional two-way traffic movements on the local highway network, some of which would use local roads through villages. The core reason for refusal remains that the additional vehicle traffic generated by the proposed development routing through surrounding villages would have a significant harmful impact on the amenity of residents. We don't understand Highway's current position in relation to the ever-growing traffic issues of congestion and air quality in neighbouring villages and along the A143. We note that a mitigation condition is proposed that each individual business on the site would have a vehicle routing policy that has the intention, as far as is feasibly possible, to minimise the use of minor routes in the vicinity of the site. From a Walsham ward viewpoint, we don't see any reason why HGVs or other vehicles owned or used by companies on site should ever be allowed to approach the site from Walsham-Wattishfield, or be allowed to turn right down Sumner Road when leaving the site, apart from in emergencies or for genuine local travel. If there was serious concern about the amenity of residents, this condition would not be left deliberately vague and would stipulate the detailed traffic limitations required. We remain hopeful that the committee will stay steadfast in spite of the pressure that is being put on the committee by planning officers, as illustrated by the Development Control Report of 3rd of April 2024.
Thank you, Helen. Kate, it's your 3 minutes now. Thank you.
Good morning. On the 4th of October 2023, I was present at a meeting at Stanton Village Hall, which was well attended. It was organised to assess the level of feeling about the Shepherd's Grove development, and my own impression was an overwhelming opposition to the plans. The written responses to the parish council resulted in 5 in support and 34 opposed. Yet I was surprised to find that on the 12th of October, 8 days after the Village Hall meeting, Stanton Parish Council decided to approve the application. I would like to speak up for the village of Great Barton, as they had no representation at the last planning meeting. In a 2017 review of air quality on the A143 through the village, the levels of nitrogen dioxide were assessed as being above permitted levels. As I understand it, one of the key aims of the West Suffolk Air Quality Plan 2024-2029, your own policy, is to reduce the number of HGVs and LGVs through Great Barton. How can that be an increase of nearly 1,000 vehicles a day does not breach that policy? This is surely not the way towards the goal of reducing pollution on this stretch of road. The estimated increase in HGV movements, which was submitted in the applicant's transport assessment document, is that there will be an extra 924 movements in a 12-hour period. Nearly 80% on the A143 coming from the Bury St Edmunds direction. This does not include any private contractors with trailers. Inevitably, at certain times of day, all the roundabouts, starting from the sugar factory, will be severely congested, including surely the new roundabout at Stanton itself. It therefore seems astounding and totally illogical for any report to come to the conclusion that there will be no significant impact on the A143 and surrounding roads. With the resulting calamitous effects, if this application is approved, it would be unfortunate if in the future questions were to be asked as to how an application of this sort could ever be approved by West Suffolk Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Kate. And we turn now to Roger. Roger Spiller. You've got 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair and Councillors. The first issue I'd like to address is the question of Copart. Copart officially withdrew its interest last year, but Copart, I understand, was present at the last meeting, so it still has an interest. And as has already been said, Copart could easily come back as a client of the site. So I think it's worthwhile just quickly to run over what is involved when you take on Copart. The Sandwich facility of Copart advertises components for sale, yet Copart deny that there would be braking vehicles in the application. The Copart itself has a very bad reputation environmentally. It has had significant fines, both in the UK and the USA, for pollution events. And the recent fire that took place in the Rochford depot destroyed 700 vehicles. And the pollution that would have come from those would be very significant, not least from plastics and tyres that would be were burnt in that conflagration. Just as recently as 10 days ago, there was a fire in a transporter carrying broken cars in Long Melford, which took several hours for the Suffolk Fire Brigade to extinguish, and that was in transit. So one can see that broken vehicles that are not fit for the road, are a real hazard. The other issue concerns those that have already been very eloquently explained by my colleagues here. the traffic generated has been looked at by Suffolk County Council as a single increase in traffic on the A143. It is not. It is part of an accumulation of developments which is taking place, which is likely to double the traffic load at the Ortwell Road roundabouts. Because we have the St Joseph's development with 1,300 houses right next door to the roundabout at Ortwell Road. We have the Great Barton development of some 200 properties, 2 developments in Ixworth of 170 or thereabouts properties, and the Bloor development in Stanton. Those would all occur around the same time, although over a period of some years. But that's a cumulative thing. Now, I have yet to see a report from Suffolk Highways which says there is any significant increase in traffic on any road in Suffolk. They always seem to take just they refuse to take the cumulative.
Roger, I'm very sorry to interrupt. Can you finish in one sentence, please?
I shall.
Thank you.
Therefore, Green Ixworth, which does not support this application, in spite of what was said earlier, we do not support this application, urge you to continue your rejection.
Thank you very much indeed, Roger. Right, we turn our attention to the supporter, and there is a single supporter, that's Councillor Joanna Spicer, and Helen will read out Councillor Spicer's written statement. Thank you, Helen.
Good morning, members. I'm very sorry not to be at the meeting this morning. This is a complicated and extremely important application, and I am asking you to accept the recommendations of the officers and approve the application. My support for the application is based on my acceptance of statements made last October informing us that Copart had withdrawn their interest in the site. I recognise that the inclusion of Copart detail in the application before you is confusing and creates understandable concerns. By way of background, I have represented Stanton and Hepworth on Suffolk County Council for almost 35 years, and for all of that time there have been concerns about the lack of link between the west and east industrial estates of Stanton and the growing impact on the residents of Stanton Village. This has resulted in an ever-increasing number of HGVs having to drive through the centre of Stanton, including past the primary school, about 240 children coming every day. Despite careful signage, many of these HGVs actually travel via the War Memorial in the village centre, where the road is a priority carriageway. Residents of Hepworth Road and the New Mill View Estate suffer from this traffic both environmentally and with blocked access. As you have been advised, the application now provides for a link road between them. This has been facilitated by Suffolk County Council Highways, who support the application. I hope they are here today to explain the importance of the proposed link and relief roads. This new link road will then form part of the much-needed and long-awaited relief road for the village of Stanton. This relief road will also add to a safe access onto the A143 for the 300 or so residents of Shepherd's Grove Residential Park. Furthermore, the access onto the A143 at Hepworth via Sumner Road for the East Industrial Estate has resulted in an accident black spot. This will be reduced by the construction of a new roundabout. But I do realise the inclusion in the original application of the proposals for Copart to occupy the site is very confusing for us all. I had strong concerns with the original application, as the nature of Copart's business had very worrying problems with traffic movements to the site, and in particular the inability to protect Hepworth residents from what would be a serious traffic and environmental disruption. There are 2 elements to the JNIC application without Copart that compel me to urge you to support the application. Firstly, on grounds of road safety at the school, in the village centre and at Hepworth on the A143. Secondly, for the environmental gain for the 2,500 residents of Stanton, with the provision of a relief road taking not only HGVs but also industrial estate and resident traffic out of the village centre.
Thank you, Helen. Right, I'm going to have to invite Gary Bloomfield to one of the desks at the front, please, Gary, because we're turning our attention now to the town and parish council representation, and we've got Hepworth Parish Council, and you want to speak, and you're chair of the parish council, Gary? Thank you. And we've also, Ben Lord can't be with us today either, but he has submitted a written statement, and Helen will read that out after we've heard from you, Gary. So I'll give you a moment just to get yourself prepared and start when you're ready, please.
Good morning. Hepworth Parish Council are astounded that our original holding rejection is missing again from the documents the councils have before them. We cannot understand why the planning officers have totally disregarded our comments for the second time. We believe our concerns in our original document have not been addressed, especially regarding the employment and traffic data. Hopefully all councillors have read the document posted on the Planning Portal website dated the 19th of March. We have found no B8 use class that allows for industrial processing and for customers collecting goods. The application clearly states processing, and we know that most vehicles that are sold at the auctions are collected by customers. Your PO states the evidence of the refusal should not be vague, generalised or inaccurate assertions. Parish councillors from Hepworth and Stanton have visited 2 different Copart sites and have first-hand knowledge of how these sites operate. And we now believe some of the information given by the applicant is inaccurate, vague and generalised. From visiting these sites and actually talking to customers of Copart, Hepworth Parish Council have repeatedly queried the TRIX data, as it is inconsistent with the proposed use of a Copart-like business. The POs failed to reply to our request for clarifying this information. If you look on the portal, you will see your officers are also having difficulty finding this information. This data has a major influence on the Suffolk Highways report. How can they decide on effects of traffic when they're working on incorrect data? Suffolk Highways will not decide on the immediate aspect. This is a decision for the committee. Any of the councillors who travel along the A143 knows exactly what issues this will cause. The PO reports now states plots A, B and C are high-end users. Again, in the document on the portal, your planning officers are looking for ways to justify these. The PO now concede that the proposed development does not accord with all the criteria of policy PR4. No economical viability appraisal has been submitted. If you consider the many hospitality and leisure establishments along the A143 corridor that have closed in the last few years, including the fast food diner that was within 100 metres of the proposed roundabout, then there would be little evidence that plots A, B and C are needed or justified, and that was prior to COVID. As most of you have seen for yourselves, plots A, B and C will transform the rural landscape, certainly not enhance it. It seems that the justification for these 3 plots is to make the application financially viable. Is that really a good enough reason to have this major effect on the landscape and surrounding villages? Another justification for approving the application was 90 proposed jobs. With the equation application taken into consideration, this also does not justify the approval. The master plan's expired and carries no weight. In the Rural Vision 2031 document, it states there should be a mechanism for review that should be taken into account. Surely, with the major changes to the original master plan, along with the current economic climate caused by COVID and the war between Ukraine and Russia, would suggest a review should have been carried out. The condition of the 10-year commencement have not been explained or justified.
I'm sorry.
One paragraph?
One sentence.
One sentence?
I'll negotiate.
Right.
One sentence, okay.
As it seems that Copart have withdrawn as part of JNIT, you've been asked to approve an application on a Copart-like business, as the applicants are convinced they will find similar businesses. Although they originally stated this was once in a generous opportunity.
Gary, I think
It's interesting to see that Copart are currently being investigated by the Competition and Markets Authority, so we shouldn't say there's one there.
Gary, thank you very much indeed. It was a good try, okay? It was
Sorry?
a good try. It was a good try to get your paragraph into one sentence. Thank you. Right. We now have a written statement that Helen will read out on behalf of Ben Lord, who can't be here today. Over to you, Helen.
Thank you. Following on from last month's deliberations on this application, nothing has materially changed. Put simply, Suffolk County Council and the planning officer continues to stand by the most incredulous assessment that the extent of transport impact to our communities will not be significant. I once more remind you that for us in Ixworth, an application of this nature will overload our bypass that is already at breaking point during peak periods, often with tailbacks of up to 2 miles due to the sheer volume of traffic. How can anyone, especially council officers, deem this, alongside projected HGV movements of 920 trucks in a 12-hour period to be anything other than significant in the strongest terms. It remains relevant to state that since all of the supporting documentation submitted with this application relates to Copart being the occupier of the site, on the basis that they have allegedly withdrawn, it is materially significant change, as such that this application should never have been permitted to reach these stages. At the point this site was allocated, it would have been envisaged that commercial development would be on an appropriate scale and size befitting this area and similar in nature to places like Rougham Industrial Estate and Woolpit Business Park. Nobody could have foreseen the size of development would be so large and unsuitable for such a rural locality. Therefore, I once more urge you in the strongest possible terms to stand by your local communities and the huge wave of representations you've received that have significant material relevance to the decision before you today, and overwhelmingly reject and object to this application once and for all.
Thank you, Helen. Thank you very much indeed. Right, we now turn our attention to the ward member slot, and we have got a written statement, as I explained earlier. I won't explain it again. Carol Bull, the ward member for Barningham, has submitted a written statement for Helen to read out. Councillor Jim Thorndike is a member of the committee, but he's the ward member for Stanton. He's registered to speak, and we have not got one but two ward members for the Fornhams and Great Barton. And that's Councillor Sarah Broughton and Councillor Becky Hofstenberger. And it's Becky Hofstenberger who you're going to speak on behalf of your parishes, yes. Now, you've all got 3 minutes and 45 seconds each. So over to you on behalf of Councillor Carol Bull, Helen.
Thank you, Chair. This will be the last time you have to hear from me this morning. You'll be pleased to know. I would like to take the opportunity offered by this ward member slot to remind you of some of the points I made on behalf of Hepworth Parish Council and my residents at the last meeting in relation to the numerous concerns there are about this application, and I would remind you of all the other villagers who are likewise troubled. I do not believe that the discussions and responses received at the last meeting have allayed these fears. I am pleased, therefore, to see that we have officers from Suffolk Highways present today, as increased traffic generation and its cumulative impact on the A143 was a major issue for most objectors. For Hepworth, concerns remain about the potential increased traffic through the village, particularly car transporters and other large vehicles, as the main street is very narrow and has little pavement for pedestrians. Large lorries using it as a cut-through are already a problem, as is speeding. It is noted that in the new report, the applicant has suggested an amendment to the travel plan, but this would not apply to vehicles from third parties travelling to and from the site. The parish council would also question the highway data used and thereby the conclusions reached. Hepworth Parish Council submitted a fairly comprehensive list of objections detailed in the previous papers, and these still stand. Whilst they recognise that the new roundabout does offer great environmental and safety benefits, as well as relieving the pressure on Stanton Village Centre, they feel the negative impacts this development would have on their village and other villages along the A143, on balance, outweigh this. In relation to the 2019 Shepherd's Grove Master Plan, which expired in 2022, the Parish Council still contend that it should not be given any weight now. The Parish Council are also still unclear how this proposal can go forward now Copart have withdrawn. The feeling is that so much of the supporting data and applications to queries raised are based on how Copart would operate the site, and therefore are not necessarily sound or relevant now. Concern remains about surface water disposal and how this will impact on Hepworth Village Main Street, which historically has had severe flooding. In the last 2 winters, 3 bungalows have flooded internally, with water 18 to 24 inches up their kitchen cabinets, and other properties have had water lapping at the doors. I should also mention that Barningham Parish Council, another of my villages, has also raised objections in relation to a number of issues which are of a more general nature and mentioned by many of the other parish councils, some of whom are here today. I would ask you all to listen and consider carefully all the resident and parish council objections and give them the appropriate weight they deserve. If at the end of the debate, however, you find you agree with the officer's recommendation for approval, may I ask that you ensure that relevant conditions and safeguards are put in place to address the very numerous concerns that have been raised by so many residents and parish councils. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. Councillor Jim Thorndike, please. You're on, Councillor.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman. Lesson number 1, never follow Joanna Spicer. In 1990, we had the first pair of applications for the development of the main Redland site and the roundabout area for B1, B2 use, with units being built on 3 sides of the roundabout. These 2 applications were followed by 2 paired applications with variations on the originals. 6 applications in total, all were approved between 2000 and 2005, but not developed. 2002, IKEA submitted plans for a very large shed, the same roundabout area for B1 use, again, business use on the roundabout, the sort of development suitable for near housing. This was approved in 2006 with a 5-year life, but never built. So 7 applications, all with units close to the roundabout, had been approved. The A143 is in many roadside businesses locally. Thankfully, we still have the Bunbury Arms, but we have lost the Rose and Crown in Stanton, indeed the Duke of Marlborough, from just across the road from this scheme. So roadside use is not something new. Hopefully you will hear from Highways comments today, but what we can read in the application indicates they consider our creaking local road structure can cope with the existing and new traffic provided the developer adds a couple of bits of footway. If this is true, then this application will make life at Stanton Primary School safer, with the ability to have a weight restriction to persuade HGVs to follow the new road. It will also make life easier walking near the park. Sadly, although we are promised co-part are no part of this development, their name still appears with some frequency throughout your paperwork, creating a great deal of doubt about what is actually going to occupy this site. Mr. Chairman, for over 30 years, Stanton has been looking at ways to route HGVs away from the village centre. This scheme could achieve that. Today you are faced with a decision whether this latest application is an acceptable way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndike. And we turn our attention to Councillor Becky Hofsberger, who's the ward member alongside Sarah Broughton for the Fordhams and Great Barton. Over to you, Becky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Whilst the application today is not placed in my ward, the inclusion of neighbouring ward councillors to be able to speak to the proposed development at this committee is an indication of the potential cumulative impact to the surrounding villages this development will have, and is the impact that I'm wishing to concentrate on today. Anyone who regularly uses the A143 already know for large stretches of the day it is an almost standstill and struggles to cope with the current traffic usage. And the main reason for this is due to the already cumulative impact of developments in the surrounding area without any traffic mitigation being put in place. To add to this, with further developments above and beyond those that already have permission would be a travesty for those living in the surrounding areas and is far-reaching. Whilst I appreciate the co-part have withdrawn their involvement in the application, I note from the covering report that in this application it states they operate in a sector with numerous competitors. Initial discussions with some of these companies indicate they have an active property requirements. Therefore, the planning application on this part of the site is likely to attract business interest from a sector that is actively expanding, meaning the type of traffic and the amount of traffic movements will not change, i.e. large vehicle transporters, flatbed lorries, etc. And the nature of this business will remain the same. Great Barton is already designated as an air quality management area, and an action plan is being developed by this council, including a traffic management study to look at mitigations with regards to the particular current HGVs using the area. And to add further to this will only increase the air quality issues and make mitigation even harder. Great Barton is the only village along this stretch of the road which is not bypassed all the way up to Great Yarmouth. Whilst we must judge each application on its own merit, it always concerns me that there is very little traffic data around the cumulative impact of surrounding developments and the lack of importance that is placed on this. The A143 and the surrounding areas are already heavily impacted through the road closures, and the effects of the HGV usage is damaging and has lasting effects. Particularly recently, the frequently closed Compion Way has an impact in these areas. This, whilst currently under investigation, is yet to be fully resolved, and to add to this would be inappropriate. I appreciate that the applicant indicates that a condition will be put in place with regard to the use of local roads, but in practice, how will this be enforced? My experience in the past is such conditions, even with the addition of advisory signs, have little impact once routes are understood, warnings are simply ignored. I have attended a few Development Control Committee meetings before, as you know, and I'm always struck by the representations that are made by the people living within the vicinities of the application. Those who will be affected by the proposed developments that will have to live with the effects of it day in, day out, and the importance that should be placed on their comments. I urge you to take these into consideration today.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Becky. Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hofstenberger. Right, I'm going to have to disturb the public speakers now and ask you to retire to clear the way for the applicant and appropriate speakers. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, I just want to be absolutely clear. There are 4 speakers sitting there. Are you speaking individually, or is there a single speaker that's going to speak on your behalf? And how much time do you think you've got, Paul? Okay, because you've registered 4 speakers, you've got up to 12. So that avoids any confusion. So the clock will start when you start speaking, Paul.
Good morning. We have responded to the 2 main concerns that were apparent from the discussion at the 6th of March committee meeting and agreed to a number of amendments in respect of our planning application. The 2 main concerns being the potential impact of additional traffic generated by the development on the local road network and why we are still pursuing the full application element of the proposals when Copart is no longer the intended occupier. We believe that these amendments will now allow councillors to support the officer's recommendation and grant planning permission for our proposals. In respect of local highway impact, we have suggested that the proposed travel plan condition, number 7, could be amended to ensure that future businesses operating on the site adopt policies that, as far as feasibly possible, dictate that no vehicles owned as part of the company's fleet utilise the minor routes in the area, including those through the villages. The additional wording to be added to the condition is set out at paragraph 24 of the committee report. We believe that this additional wording will help to minimise the potential impact of increased traffic on the local road network and provide a sound way of monitoring operational trip routes. In addition, we have agreed the wording of a new planning condition requiring the setting up of a community liaison group for the discussion and resolution of any ongoing matters arising from the development and operation of the site. This was suggested by Walsham Le Willows Parish Council at the last committee meeting and has been used in other commercial developments. The condition will allow effective public engagement and involvement in the development of the site and help to ensure the monitoring of and adherence to planning conditions, including vehicle routing arrangements and noise levels. We have also provided clarification on the range of uses proposed within Class E and agreed to exclude a number of uses in Classes E, C, ED and EE from the outline elements of the application for plots A, B and C through the use of an additional planning condition. Comments were also made at the last meeting about the need for a traffic regulation order, or TRO, to enforce a weight restriction on goods vehicles using the route through Stanton to get to and from the A143, even once the new road and roundabout are completed. However, as local residents and parents will be aware, at present, businesses in Shepherd's Grove West have no choice but to go through the village past the primary school to reach the A143. But given the choice between taking their vehicles along 1.5 miles of narrow village streets or following the completion of our development, taking a direct route along a brand new road that is fit for purpose and for a shorter distance of just under a mile to reach the A143, they will of course choose the latter option. A TRO is not therefore needed as the new route is such an obvious choice, as evidenced by the representations made by local businesses and others. We also note that Suffolk County Council, as the local highway authority, have not requested any contribution towards the preparation and implementation of a TRO, so clearly they are of the same view. In respect of Copart no longer being part of the proposals, we would like to make the following points clear. Firstly, the land that was intended for Copart forms part of a wider planning application. Our proposals also include significant new highway improvements and 4 other commercial development plots, all of which require planning permission to be in place to demonstrate to potential businesses that the scheme is deliverable. No development or infrastructure can get off the ground without planning permission. Secondly, whilst details on the former Copart site are tailored to their operations, they operate in a well-established and growing sector with many competitors. Initial discussions with a sample of these companies indicate that there are numerous active property requirements. Therefore, the planning application on this part of the site is likely to attract business interest from a sector that is actively expanding. However, if any occupier does not fit the development criteria set within the application, then it would require a minor amendment or a new application, both of which would come back before the council and be the subject to the usual determination process, including full public consultation. Turning now to the council's risk assessment, we note that officers consider that the most significant potential risks in this case are financial and reputational, and that if development is refused that is otherwise plainly in accordance with adopted policy, with no technical objections by the local highway authority in respect of the impact on surrounding villages from additional traffic, the decision is unlikely to stand up to scrutiny if challenged on appeal. We have made it clear to officers that we will appeal any decision to refuse planning permission for our proposals, given the very significant investment of time and financial resources we have put into creating a policy-compliant employment scheme that will bring significant benefits to the local area, both in terms of new jobs and infrastructure required as a policy in the local plan. The National Planning Policy Framework makes it very clear that development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. While it is recognised that there will be some impact from the development in terms of increased traffic on the local highway network, it is simply not the case here that the development would cause an unacceptable risk to highway safety or have a cumulative severe impact on the road network. Our transport assessment and the TA addendum report have been fully assessed by highways and traffic experts at Suffolk County Council, National Highways and the consulting traffic engineers to National Highways, and they have not expressed any concerns about the methodology used in respect of traffic generation and its distribution, or any capacity or safety impacts on the highway network. The benefits of the proposed relief road and new roundabout access on the highway network must also be considered and given weight. It remains the strong opinion of officers that the clear benefits arising from the development are substantial and that these benefits outweigh any identified harm. We would obviously agree with this view and the continued officer recommendation for approval, subject to the revised planning conditions and Section 106 agreement. The development is clearly acceptable in planning terms because it is in compliance with relevant development plan policies and the National Planning Policy Framework. In the light of the agreed amendments and the advice given in the Council's own risk assessment, we ask you to endorse your professional planning officer's recommendation and to grant planning permission for this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Paul. Right, it's 25 to 12. We're now going to have a comfort break, and I suggest we reassemble at 11:45. I think that clock has been adjusted. Yeah, 11:45 on the clock. That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. We've got a Luke Barber and we've got a Luke Cantwell Jones. Cantwell, sorry, I put Jones. Yeah, Forbes. I do apologise. Yeah. I'm going to have enough trouble with Luke, so don't worry. Now, listen, the way that this will operate is that you will ask questions of officers in the normal way. I would suggest that county officers make a note of anything which is highways related, and then at the appropriate time, I will ask officers to respond to the questions up to a particular point. Is that okay with everybody? Yeah. Okay, good. Right, so the debate is now open. So questions, please. Councillor London.
Gosh, I didn't expect to be first. Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of technical questions, if I may. I'm aware that we have the planning constraint 2 and 3 talk about the site and when things will happen on the site, and that it talks about the fact that the new road will be in place before we can before any other construction or use of the site is going to be allowed. However, I'd like to understand whether the construction of that road would be allowed through Grove Lane, or whether the construction of that road would progress in a southerly direction from where the new roundabout will be, and whether the residents and the school that comes from Grove Lane could expect to see an increase of traffic through the initial construction of that road. I'd also like to say thank you very much to the Lukes for being here today. Thank you very, very much for coming along. And I just wanted to ask on your in your report, page 50, 12, I believe that was you, and we talk about the Highway Authority acknowledging that the developed proposal will generate traffic at peak times, may contribute to congestion, but it's not considered severe in accordance with NPPF paragraph 111. I just wanted to pick up that NPPF 111 seems to talk about local parking standards. So I just wanted to ask with regards to that. And I'd also like to just sort of take the hood off, if I may, the decision-making process, and understand the modelling that's gone on. Are we talking about finite element analysis? Is this a stochastic method that you use across the area? What is this a computer modelling program? How is that understanding of the pressures on the road network surrounding the area ascertained, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Can I just clarify, do you mean we only ask questions at the moment about highways, and then we can come back and ask other questions?
No, just ask any question you want. It's just, to try and find an efficient route. So questions to the chair will be answered by officers, and some will be for district council officers, others will be for highways officers.
Right, okay. On page 64, under Ixworth at Thorpe Parish Council, it says Suffolk County Council Highways Department were anticipated to undertake traffic modelling data to assess the impact of this application on the vicinity of this development, including the A143 at Ixworth, but this did not happen. So I'd like to ask why that didn't happen, please. The other thing is we've heard a lot this morning about the impact this development would have on the A143. But as we have agreed that this will be an employment site, surely whatever goes on that site is going to have an impact on the A143, because they've got to get there from the A143 unless there is a bypass. Thirdly, I'd like to know, do we know how long it's going to take to actually this development to proceed, and how many years it'll take to develop all that, because there's a lot going on with roads. That's my questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor Whitton, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, page 24 item 23, I think it's just a typo. It says full application element of the proposals when co-part if no longer the intended occupier, and I would suggest that that is a typo and should be is. In section 24 on page 24, you talk about a travel plan condition and that each individual business as part of their site-specific travel plan include details of their commercial vehicle routes. Now, I won't read further, everybody knows what it's about, but in my experience, these travel plans are not worth the paper they're written on because companies involved in this will go wherever they want, and as long as they're not contravening a one-way street, they will use the road. And I refer to a company called Oranmorph Precast in Brandon, which had a travel plan put on it when it was approved, and they have never adhered to it, and they still come through the centre of Brandon. TRO in Stanton, and TRO should therefore not be needed, as the new route is such an obvious choice. Well, truck drivers don't always take the obvious choice. Most will follow the sat-nav, and we all know that the sat-nav takes ages to be updated, which would mean that despite there being another route into the Shepherd's Grove site, they will continue to try and use Stanton. And they also, they're creatures of habit. And if why is there the new entrance at the end of Grove Lane into the site if it's not needed because of the new roundabout and new road in? Page 25, and whilst former Copart site is tailored to their operations, they operate in a numerous competitors, and so it could be a similar type of company, I guess, or it could be something completely different. So I'm afraid that part of the additional information from the applicant doesn't really answer the questions that were put last time. No co-part, then who, what, where, when and why. Sorry, I'm going on a bit, aren't I? Right. A143 is already known to be over full capacity and a bottleneck and a pollutant to the villages it passes through. As set out in the officer report, the assumptions and assignments for trip generations set out in the TR are considered to be robust. How can assumptions by Suffolk Highways be robust? What evidence does Suffolk Highways have to support, given that they are working on assumptions? Similar to Councillor London's question, what process do they use to come to the assumption that there will be no major addition to the traffic flow and problems on the A143? There's also the cumulative impacts that have been mentioned by a lot of people here today. And I think that they would be severe in going forward with all of the development in that area. So where do, again, Suffolk Highways have the evidence to say that the cumulative impacts will not be relevant or significant? I will leave it there and probably come back, if I may. Thank you.
You may. Thank you, Councillor Whittam. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thanks, Chair. I'm glad I'll just have one quick question and I'll save any general comments to later. But it's around the drainage plan. I think you said that it's been measured at the attenuation at a greenfield runoff rate. Surely if this is going to be built up, it's not going to be a green field. So is that rate relevant? And what would be the rate for a paved area, a hard standing area? Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor David Smith. Councillor Sarah Mildmay-White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Gary, for your presentation and all members of the public who've taken the trouble to come today. Just a few quick questions. I wondered why we'd had no review of the master plan. Whose decision was that? And, why has that happened? Why have we had no viability report? And again, it comes down to this cumulative impact with highways. Highways have acknowledged that the roundabout at Ixworth is a problem and congestion at peak times, and I would suggest quite often at not peak times as well. At what point does development along the A143 require an assessment of the cumulative effect? Because we know that Thurston has increased dramatically. We've been promised changes to the Bunbury Crossroads, which has not happened. We're now getting this development here, and there are many more planned along the A143. At what point are all these developments taken into account and some decision taken about the problems with the traffic on the A143? And then one of the conditions, it talks about the air quality. That's condition 5. We talk about a low emission strategy, and the reason is to minimise emissions and ensure no deterioration to the local air quality. How local is that local air quality? Are we talking about the air quality at Great Barton, or are we just talking about the air quality at that particular development or business that will be taking place on that, possibly on that development? So that's just for starters. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Mildmay-White. Councillor Jim Thorndike, please.
Thank you, Chair. Multitude have seen something. Traffic restriction order, I'm not too bothered about. Yes, it will probably need one, but that is something that I think can be added in afterwards when we've established the need for it. So I'm not too bothered about Paul basically writing that out from what we've got today. Highways, Roger came up with the cumulative, and that is something which needs to be addressed, because on the back of this, we have another huge application for Shepherd's Grove. And if we're not counting them all together and adding up the total figure, then, we're going to shoot ourselves really in the foot with that. Liaison group, I've got a bit of concern with that, because we're talking about setting up a liaison group here, I believe, for JNIC and the 3 sites that go with it. But we're not talking about the other application that's going to come in shortly on the bank. It's already in. It's going to come to us at some stage. If we're going to set up a liaison group for Shepherd's Grove, then we've got to set up a liaison group for Shepherd's Grove as a whole, with different interests going with it. And I'm not saying JNIC should support the group as a whole. I think it should be member-led by whoever's using that site, because we have other issues up there which could do with the liaison group. And I see this one being a group that's set up with what's written down in the paperwork, which works for this group, but it doesn't work for any other group. It doesn't work for complaints on the road that are not JNICs. We need to sort something out. If we're going to do a liaison group, it needs to be worthwhile for the whole area, not just this site. Highways, hopefully we're going to get some answers in a bit, because I, like many other people, sit in the queues of traffic, trying to get away from Stanton and head towards Bury. Perish the thought I should try and turn the other way. In the minutes, I had a little comment about the gas plant on the airfield, and was told that was all okay and health and safety were organising it. A bit puzzled by the paragraph on page 54 of the working document, para 43. The comment from the Health and Safety Executive there is a puzzle. I'll have an answer on that later, please. Apart from that, I shall leave it go for the moment. I may come back later.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. A lot of my colleagues have mentioned the cumulative impact on highways. I'm assuming we're going to get a response from highways on that. And I just wanted to ask if you're going to tell us that you have modelled using these other applications that apparently are coming in over the next decade. Could you just give us a list of which ones you have included in that analysis, just so we can be aware of how much that has been looked at? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Waldron, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to clarify, we're going on about pedestrian access, bicycle access, but nowhere, anywhere here have we got public transport. Is there any provision? Nothing. You either walk or go by bike or go by car. There's no buses, bus provision in the immediate vicinity of the development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Waldron. And I've got Councillor Chester, after which I'm going to go back to officers because we want to take this in bite-sized chunks, don't we, to be fair? Okay, so Councillor Chester, please.
Thank you, Chair. This application is largely policy compliant. I'm acutely aware of the reputational financial risks to this council if we get it wrong, and that bears heavily on my conscience. I would like to support this application. It's got many benefits, but I'm finding the way it's presented, it's reliant on a leap of faith. Our policies will hold water and it will work. On with that knowledge, and going to the traffic management plan, which if you go to page 79 at the bottom, page 189, when it talks about trip generation, and there's an element of uncertainty given the lack of end user at the moment, although the policy will remain the same unless there's a change in the application. But given the fact there's any 12-hour period, there's likely to be a trip generation of 931 vehicles, of which 81 of those would be HGV. Playing devil's advocate here, in the unlikely event if all those lorries were to turn up at once, where would they go? That's one question for highways, all the planners. And again, I have fears that's been voiced by this committee about the cumulative effect of the traffic on highways. So I'm really looking forward to highways' views on how they think the network cope, not just with this application, and I'm acutely aware we're dealing with this application, but I find it difficult to separate the two areas of this application and the future effect on highways and the future cumulative effect on development and the impact certainly on the villages that are likely to be impacted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Right, I'm going to go back to West Suffolk officers first, if I may.
Thank you, Chairman. I think if we start, I'm going to try and answer the non-direct highway related questions. I think the first question was about the roundabout and the construction of the roundabout. I think the condition 3 of the suggested conditions deals with the submission of a roundabout state phasing and completion plan. Because he was talking about, I think Councillor Lennon was talking about the construction of traffic for that roundabout and access. My understanding is that will be covered off. There's that condition which would require, as part of submissions, it would include phasing and construction routes, that sort of thing. But there's also another specific condition which deals with construction routes, traffic. So at this point in time, I don't have an answer as to an exact route that they will take, other than to say that it will be dealt with via condition, and it would be subject to consultation with the local highway authority as well. In terms of, I think there's a question from Councillor Glossop about the development time overall, how long it's going to take. Again, I don't have an answer to that, but what I will say is that, has already been pointed out and referenced by the members in public speaking, there is an extended time limit for the permission proposed of 10 years. The justification for that is the scale of the development. It is unknown as to how long it will take to come forward. Obviously, getting planning permission in place first will then hopefully trigger interest in the site for end users. Clearly, the infrastructure has got to go in place at an early stage, and that will take time to deliver. So it's only there to allow extra time for the site to be developed overall. In terms of the initial development stages, that could potentially happen sooner rather than later. But obviously, it was felt that putting on a standard 3-year time permission, we would probably end up in resubmissions and applications coming in because it wouldn't all be able to happen that quickly. So that's justification for that. But I suppose in answer to the question, it's an unknown quantity in terms of the overall completion of the development. I think reference was made to travel plans. Or perhaps, if I may, leave that for our highways colleagues to respond to in detail. I think page. Drainage. Yes, I think Councillor Smith referenced greenfield runoff rates. Yes, I mean, obviously parts of the site are brownfield, some are greenfield, but irrespective of what's being proposed, the idea is that you calculate, indeed they already have been, the greenfield runoff rate is calculated as now, and that's restricted. So through attenuation, no matter what goes on that site, the runoff will always be at that level. Which is why it's a positive drainage system, in effect betterment. My understanding is that the drainage would actually be better than it is now because it's not attenuated. So if you have when you have flash flooding events and that sort of thing. So that's what greenfield runoff rates is. It's a measurement of an existing rate, and then you keep that through attenuated flows through the new development. In terms of the review, I think Councillor Mildmay-White referenced why there was no review of the master plan and why there was no viability report. Well, simply, the application obviously was submitted with that was a possibility. A new master plan could have been submitted initially before the application came in, but ultimately, I think, without putting words into the applicant's mouth, I think effectively that was almost done in certainly looking at viability of the scheme overall and looking at for end users, higher end value users. It's just that it wasn't done formally as part of a master plan. So there was no. It wasn't done deliberately by officers in terms of saying there shouldn't be one. It's just that it wasn't one submitted before the application. As we actually dealt with the application on that basis, we felt that the information that was submitted with the application and given the reasons for the inclusion of the higher value uses, and obviously with the vehicle processing element of the site, it had changed from the original master plan anyway. There was no housing now proposed. So we felt that it was fairly clear for viability reasons as to why these uses were being proposed. And in generally speaking, it accorded with the spirit of the master plan anyway, in terms of the B1, B2, B8 uses. So there was no explicit, decision made in that sense to not have a new master plan, or indeed not have a viability report. But obviously, the officers have taken a view in consultation with our policy colleagues that whilst it has expired, we have given it some weight because obviously it is relatively recent, a recently approved document. I think reference was made as well by Councillor Mildmay-White to the cumulative impacts of highways. I'll let my highways colleagues deal with that. But the air quality and the low emission strategy, which is a condition of the proposed condition of the application. Yes, that does relate in part to Great Barton. It's a general one, but it's borne out really of the issues in Great Barton. So it does take account of that existing air quality management area. And of course, as I'm sure you probably well know, that, the issue is there because of the standing traffic during congested periods, which tends to be sort of twice a day, around about an hour or so each side. And hopefully the idea is that the strategy will limit any additional emissions through stationary traffic, through stationary HGVs and that sort of thing. So it is acknowledged. There's no easy fix to that. It is ongoing at the moment. As you referenced, we do have an air quality management plan action plan that's being put together. And indeed, hopefully, future improvements to the junction in Great Barton with the Thurston Road hopefully will help that as well. So it has been taken into account. Councillor Thorndyke raised the liaison group issue about including the whole of Shepherd's Grove. I do acknowledge that. However, obviously with this application, I'm limited to the site itself and conditioning stuff in relation to that. However, I don't see a reason why we should any application, such as the current Equation site application, be approved, that can't also be a condition of that any approval there. Either for a separate liaison group or indeed one coming together and as an overall group for Shepherd's Grove. You mentioned about Avanti Gas and HSE. I think he pointed to the committee report, which I think at paragraph 43, there is an error there, in as much as the Health and Safety Executive and and archaeology comments seem to have been duplicated in the same titles. But the HSE had no objection to the application, and indeed they are covered later on in the report in more detail. So that is just, paragraph 43 is an error. It's just been duplicated. A public transport and bus provision was raised by Councillor Waldron. It is referenced in my report. I can't straight to it at this point in time, but because there's an existing bus stop just outside the street in Hepworth, which would be improved as part of this application. At the moment, it's just literally a sign on a post. This would be a proper bus stop. And then there are also existing bus stops on Grove Lane, and the footpath provision links up to those existing bus stops. I think that's all from me at this point. I think I'll pass it over to colleagues.
Thanks, Gary. I think, Rachel, you've got a contribution to make, and then we'll come to highways. Thank you.
It's quite an insignificant contribution, but it was the point that Councillor London raised about paragraph 111 of the MPPF. We did have a revision to the MPPF in December, and the paragraph that's relevant that talks about severe impacts is now paragraph 115. I suspect the comments that were made by the Highways Authority started off sooner than that revision to the MPPF. So for where you see 111, it's now paragraph 115 in the MPPF. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. So it's over to highways. As I try and summarise where I think the committee concerns seem to lie is what model was used, how have you determined that there is no severe impact, and there is the cumulative impact. Okay, so if you, Luke, it's easy for me to just say Luke because there's two of you. Luke, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, my name is Luke Barber. I'm Strategic Transport and Policy Manager at Suffolk County Council. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to come in today and talk about this interesting application. I wasn't the original case officer. The people who are involved originally that you will have the names of on the various letters are all on leave this week. So hence you got You got me instead. Rachel's stolen my thunder and pointed out the paragraph 111, 115 discrepancy. That's exactly the case. 111 was the correct paragraph at the time the letters were written, but the NPPF is constantly being rewritten, and because the highway sections are quite near the end, we constantly have to learn new paragraphs as they insert new paragraphs in earlier sections. So I think that, as you say, the key things are around the extent that the cumulative impact has been modelled. So I think it's important to note that the appellants team, including their highway consultants, have come up with their own transport assessment. The transport assessment is entirely independent of Suffolk County Council. Our role is to review that transport assessment and in many cases make changes, make modifications, challenge them over the validity of that assessment, and that process has been carried out. I think you'll note that there were 4 highway response letters, and each of the letters that led up to the final one did come up with several clarifications, questions, and improvements to the overall assessment. Completely independently of what the appellants have done, Suffolk County Council do have a strategic traffic model which covers all of Suffolk, and we've used that model to assess Rachel's team's emerging local plan, which is currently at the Reg 19 stage, to 2040. So that includes all the cumulative impact of everything that's been permitted to this date, including sites that were previously allocated in the previous Forest Heath and St Edmundsbury local plans, all of the new allocations, which includes this site, all to 2040. It's also important to note that nobody is saying that there won't be significant traffic generated and significant impact. The very fact that the appellants team created a TA is supported by the fact that paragraph 117 of the framework points out that any site that generates significant traffic must have a transport assessment and must be supported by a travel plan. And the effectiveness of that travel plan will be fundamental to the impact as set out in the transport assessment. The challenge is will the impacts be severe? And that severe is an extremely high bar. It's not a relative bar. It's not around what is relatively unlikely traffic roads at the moment. It is an absolute test which is applied at a similar level nationally. So in rural areas like this, it is an extremely high bar to assess against. And when taken into account the work that was done by the appellants' consultants, and then cross-referencing that against our own completely independent strategic traffic modelling, we can see that, yes, there will be significant delay on the A143 and other corridors, but that would fall below the bar of a severe impact. And equally, the impacts on road safety would not be considered reason to refuse. Hence why Suffolk County Council, having considered all the evidence, did not consider the site should be refused. So, and Ixworth, I don't know the specific reference to Ixworth, but Ixworth is well within with the Suffolk model and has been assessed to 2040. Yes, there is congestion around there. Yes, there is challenge, and it's possible that further work will be needed before 2040. But that is not that isn't an impact that can be specifically laid at the door of this development. That is very much the cumulative impact of wider growth throughout the whole of West Suffolk. With the conversations about the A143, especially in Great Barton. Yes, there is, significant congestion in Great Barton, and in the past it has led to air quality issues. I do participate with West Suffolk officers in considering the air quality issues and participating in their working groups. I think the air quality has improved in recent years, partially down to Suffolk County Council moving the crossing point. The air quality does consider the cumulative impact of all other growth. And it's something that clearly needs to be monitored, but isn't likely to be adversely impacted by this site on the basis of the data that we've seen. There was a reference to the Grove Road link. I think my understanding is the reason why the road goes all the way through the development is to give the existing employment sites at the Grove Road end access to the A143 through the new road. If you severed the Relief Road, if it was essentially just simply a cul-de-sac, then that existing development at the Grove Road end would still be forced to go through Stanton, past the primary school, all of the issues that are being highlighted by the Stanton representations and the County Councillor for Stanton. So I think the reason the road goes all the way through is so that that existing traffic is displaced from Stanton and has access to the A143. Yes, you know, we can't force every driver to drive exactly where we want, but the balance of probability is that people will use the new road. It's a significantly more commodious route to the A143 than going through the village of Stanton. And we do, you know, reserve the right to, at a later stage, require a TRO. But I think at this stage, our position is that the balance of probability is that people will use a new road, and the monitoring sort of provisions that are put in that travel plan condition will be used to test that. And if at some time in the future we need a TRO in Stanton, that's either something that will be the responsibility of Suffolk County Council to deliver, locally funded, or could be linked to other development that comes through in the future, obviously. In terms of bus provision, I think my colleague mentioned that, but yeah, there are the 338 and 304 buses that do go past the site. The provision of buses is very much a commercial decision for the operators, but you know, this site, as we've already discussed, will generate significant numbers of workers. You know, I would anticipate that when the site is fully occupied, the bus provision could improve, you know, organically through the commercial operators deciding that there is greater potential with more people in the area to put on more buses. I think that's everything I noted down, but happy to be pointed to any other points we haven't covered.
Thank you, Luke. I've got Councillor Neil and Councillor Thorndyke wishing to speak, but just on the basis of the response from County Highways, are there any specific questions that you don't feel were answered by that response? Okay, don't worry, that's fine. I'm sure it'll come to you later. Yeah, okay, in that case then, I'll go to Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, when is enough enough? The cumulative highway impact and the effect of the amenity on the villages. We have to really consider that. Highways traffic assessment for the local plan is going to be challenged on many situations. Hepworth, Barning and Walshamley Willows, they're all going to be used as rat runs. That's an absolute fact. 1,000 additional traffic movements, many that will go through these villages to avoid peak times on the 143. Now, JNIC are a proven developer of high standards, and this application will be very well presented. It's simply the right development in the wrong location, ideally suited for a development off the A11 or the A14, close to a motorway. The 143 has historic congestion problems, and this development is only going to increase the current overload. It's no coincidence, it's stated that it's no coincidence that significant impact on current traffic usage cannot be an assumption, because it will be a fact. The other thing that concerns me is we must not, as a committee, sit on the decision. We can make the right decision without fear of the costs of an appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Thorndyke, please.
Yeah, a couple of quick points on this. The Great Barton situation with the contaminated air, whatever, that has improved with the crossing being moved, but it hasn't improved for the evening sessions. Unfortunately, you don't do a level reading right through the day, so you don't know when the contamination is. But I suggest you travel through there after 4 o'clock in the evening and try and get through there quickly. The thing that would help that situation is the works at the Bunbury Arms. They were agreed by Highways some time ago that there was something going to happen. They have been funded by development in Thurston, which presumably is sitting in a bank somewhere gathering dust. When are we going to see some improvement at the Bunbury Arms, please? I'm sorry to add that onto today's list, sir, but it's the only opportunity I've got. It is Grove Lane that comes up from Stanton, not Grove Road. But the main problem is still, you've talked about it, you've mentioned the significant problem, or not significant problems with extra traffic. What we've got at the moment is too much traffic in the peak hours. If you care to travel that road, the A143 in the mornings, you'll start queuing somewhere around Alcock's Grave, 1.5 miles, 2 miles from Ixworth, and you'll queue right through to the Ixworth roundabouts. This is only going to make it worse, and I can't blame this for it because it's not going to make it significantly worse than it is now. But when are you going to do something about the problem that exists? You're going to build more, or they're going to build more houses top sides of Ixworth, which is going to make the situation worse. 1,400 houses down for the railway in Barton is going to make it a lot worse. We don't seem to be getting any answers for what is going to actually cure something. All we get told is it's not significant. You know, when are we going to get some real answers to the problem that we've got out there? And yes, I do come in quite regularly in the mornings through the morning rush hour. I'd rather not, but it happens.
Thank you, Councillor Thorndyke. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Three quick semi-independent questions. One picking up on Councillor Thorndyke's question with regards to the liaison group. Is the wording of in this document for the creation of the liaison group, would that allow, if we had a separate document coming in for any future applications within the area, to add future organisations into the group, if and when those future applications arrive? And if not, is it possible to modify this language to allow those future groups to engage with that group, so we don't have multiple liaison groups effectively sitting side by side, because that would be silly. Secondly, a question for the Lukes, if I may. You spoke about, I could sort of hear the groan when we were talking about the fact that there was going to be a significant impact, but it didn't quite hit the bar for severe. And I was just wondering if you could just dig in and elucidate exactly what is that bar for severe, because obviously these are, in my mind, that's a subjective matter, and obviously from a professional planning perspective, that is not at least I assume that's not a subjective matter, especially seeing as on that, and I understand the reasoning for the permission being granted not later than 10 years in the future. But that brings us to 2034 as a possibility, when all of these other developments that have been spoken about are in place and there's a gradual increase in road traffic. And can we be confident that in 10 years' time, in 2034, which is the latest point that we could start, that bar for severe will not have been met? And the final question is with regards to Grove Lane, I believe. Is it Grove Lane? Yes. Grove Lane, and the positioning of the cul-de-sac. I think the questioning was why, with regards to a cul-de-sac, why is the cul-de-sac not being put in with all of the industrial on one side and all of the housing on the other, rather than the exact positioning that you referenced in your response? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I also wanted to talk about the sort of the bar for severity. I would like to know who sets that bar, how is it decided, and how can we change that? If the bar is very, very, very high, that seems as though not just here but everywhere. I don't know if it's a national thing, I don't know how it works, and I would like to know. But I feel that that is something that it shouldn't be the case, that the bar is so high that we have to deal with a very significant impact on our roads and it's not considered severe. And I think perhaps that should be something that we consider setting a precedent for. If we do end up refusing this and it goes to appeal, it should be looked at. Why is this bar so high, and can we actually change that bar? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor Whittam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, a couple of questions. One general. On the roundabout and the new little bit of road in, construction of buildings outline for commercial roadside uses, and I think hot food, takeaways, pub, restaurant were mentioned, and it was also mentioned that this would help to make the whole development more economically viable, as I understand it. Given that, to my knowledge, over the last 20 years, there's at least 2 pubs, 1 takeaway, and 1 lay-by type food, drink, burger bar, have all disappeared due to lack of business along that road, both prior to COVID, so we can't blame COVID for that. So what evidence is there to say that this commercial roadside uses on the roundabout will make any difference at all, or even attract McDonald's or whoever, because there isn't a market for it in the area? What sort of market research has been done to justify that? My second would probably be for the 2 Lukes. It says on page 64-105, Suffolk County Highways Department were anticipated to undertake traffic modelling data to assess the impact of this application on the vicinity of this development, including the A143 at Ixworth. Most unhelpfully, they have confirmed that they will now not do this. Why? Given that, at page 65-108, the A143 Ixworth bypass is already incredibly congested, and that's the words in the document, especially during the peak periods, morning and afternoon. This significant increase in vehicle movements will exacerbate that congestion as well as the safety hazard. And it goes on. So an explanation of that might be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam. And finally, at this stage, this is the second bite. Councillor, no, Councillor Holder, press your button. Okay, I've got Councillor David Smith just before you, but after you have spoken, I'm going to go to officers again. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I've no doubt there are some good things in this application, but just leaves with lots of ifs and buts, doesn't it? I've no doubt it is very good for the village of Stanton and the movement of people and traffic through the village, but that's depending on whether you actually get in and out of the village of the A143. Good to see that there's jobs being created in the countryside, but as that number of jobs is based on what was going to be there, how can you say with any certainty that it's going to create 90 jobs? Can't really see that. Again, we're asking to approve plans based on a company that's not going to be there, and it may, you'll very well say, well, we've got to put the plans in there to show that interested parties can see what you can put on there. But that seems very speculative to me. It's a finger in the air job, isn't it, really? And as I've mentioned before, previously, it's the viability again. If the site is not viable, then there is the talk of residential development, which in a previous iteration of the plan was discarded as being unsustainable. So how can it be sustainable now if it wasn't previously? Yeah, I think That's all I've got for now. Yeah, and there was a question, sorry, around previously lorry driver rest areas, facilities for drivers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Right, Councillor Holder, and then back to officers. Councillor Holder, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry to come in so late. I was listening to the debate. I think the answer to our conundrum on this one, and I should say thank you to the highways officers and the public speakers and the other ward members that have contributed. But the answer to our conundrum lays in our first page, which is page 20 in our papers. The background is that we, as a committee, wanted to refuse this under traffic rules. And then it goes on later in the same page. In making a decision to overturn a recommendation, member will clearly state material planning reasons why an alternative decision is being made, which will be minuted for clarity. Well, that's what we did last time, and it's on our papers. Our office saying that reason that we gave for refusal last time is now not allowed. You know, that is actually key to what goes on. We've heard everybody going on about traffic today, and many other little details within the papers. As Councillor Chester said, it's broadly policy compliant, but I've sat here long enough to realise that policy and some of our codes, our DM, this, that and the other, are open to manipulation or interpretation, perhaps a better word, and more emphasis given to some than others. And I think, quite frankly, the members of this committee can make those interpretations as well, for or against. So I would like an answer. Is the officer saying we cannot use our original refusal as an excuse because it's being poo-pooed by subsequent events and other papers within our pack? Personally, I'm actually not convinced, but I'll leave that for the officers to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. Okay, so we return first and foremost to District Council officers, and then we'll come to County Council officers. Gary.
Just bear with me, sorry. I want to start at the question was raised about the MPPF and the severe test, and who sets the bar for that. Well, effectively, the government in their MPPF document, which sets out the wording, which obviously includes a severe test. That's then tested, if you like, through application decisions and appeal decisions and case law and et cetera, et cetera. But the reason, in my mind, that it's in there is to allow for growth in certain areas. It's to avoid refusing applications just purely on highway impact grounds, without suggesting that it has to be a severe impact before you refuse it solely on that ground. But who sets that bar? It's been set out in policy. It's not the local authority setting that. It's at a higher level, which is effectively the government. Roadside uses, what market research has been done to justify those? Well, they've been obviously been put forward by the applicant, and they will have got their own reasons for that. From our officer's perspective, roadside uses, are not unexpected in areas where you have development such as this, and closer to residential areas. There is no, we've not done any market research in terms of that, other than the fact that we've looked at what the applicants have put forward, and it is, even at the time when the site was allocated, it made allowances for that. So at that point, it was thinking, well, when the master plan was submitted as well, it was accepted that some uses are appropriate in that location to help, that will come along with the application to help it, to the viability of it. and would be appropriate on a roadside. So some of them are, say, main town centre uses, such as your restaurant, that sort of thing. But yes, they're now main town centre uses, but you do see them on occasion alongside the road. So on that basis, it was accepted that a degree of those uses would be appropriate on a strategic employment allocation such as this. Certainty of job provision was mentioned. To be honest and frank, no one's got a crystal ball. We can't guarantee exactly how many jobs will be provided, but what's been suggested and been supported by officers is based on evidence elsewhere, coming forward with these sorts of uses and being proposed, and also obviously with the vehicle processing area, obviously originally based on co-parts figures. They had an idea of the sort of levels of job creation that would come forward based on a scheme of the size and scale proposed. Obviously, what's not known is the other employment sites as to what they would bring forward. Hence, we've only specified the 90 for the vehicle processing use. It's unknown for the others, but overall, it would we would consider it to be a significant amount. The refusal reason, Councillor Neil mentioned at the end there about that and what our sort of advice is in whether or not it should be used, whether we feel that's appropriate. What our advice is that we feel the reason that's been put forward isn't backed by any evidence to really support it, and it's whether how that would then stand up and stand the test at an appeal situation. We're not saying that you can't be done, you can't use that sort of thing. We're just explaining that without any sort of evidence or to support it, and the fact that it would come across as quite vague, that would then be difficult to then defend an appeal situation. But obviously, in that regard, I would then draw your attention to the suggested reason for refusal, obviously notwithstanding the officer's view that it should be approved, but I just draw your attention to that. That may help you in your decision. I think that's it from me at this point. I think Rachel might have something else.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Gary. Yes, I think Rachel wants to address the committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of points I wanted to pick up. Councillor London, you asked about the liaison group and how we might be able to word it to ensure that it doesn't exclude other users of the site. Looking at the wording, which is at the top half of page 24, I think, I haven't come up with the words, but I think there is a way that we can look at those words so that it talks about a list of members of the group. So I think there's a way we can look at the words of that to ensure that it would be nonsensical to stop other users of Shepherd's Grove being involved in that group. So we would need to come up with the words to make that possible, although the condition itself obviously would be appended to a consent for this development if that was forthcoming. So we couldn't compel other users, but we certainly could make the wording fit them being allowed to join, which then the local community could encourage that to happen. And then I just wanted to pick up on Councillor Holder, which touches on the comments that Councillor Neil was making about the suggested refusal reason. And I think you asked Councillor Holder, are members being told they can't use that refusal reason? We've come up with a form of wording in the report, but the report is a risk assessment, and I would draw your attention to paragraphs 33 to 37 of the risk assessment report, which explains why officers don't think we can support a refusal reason without evidence from the Highways Authority that relates to traffic impact, and then if I draw your attention to paragraph 37, where I think one of the public speakers actually said, well, the Highways Authority can't comment on amenity impacts. It's certainly that we don't have any objections from public health and housing that would support an amenity objection as well. So there's an explanation in the report as to why officers are advising you that that refusal reason may not withstand scrutiny at an appeal, and obviously that's for members to consider. I think the other point I wanted to mention that a few members have raised either direct or roundabout questions about is the implications in terms of our policy RV5 or RV4, which is the allocation in the rural vision. And I think Councillor Mardmay-White touched on the fact that we don't have an up-to-date master plan for the site, and the policy itself did require viability information to move away from the B1, B2 and B8 uses. So I just wanted to touch on that with members, that there is an area there. We've come to the conclusion that whilst the proposals broadly comply with that policy, it doesn't wholly comply with that policy without that viability justification for those other uses for plots A to C. And I was just putting that back to members that that was an area that has been part of the discussions this far. So that's probably all I wanted to say at this stage, Chair, and I don't know whether you want to bring highways in again.
Exactly what I was about to do is that I think there's some outstanding issues now for highways to respond to. So Luke, over to you.
Thank you again. A few points I noted down. In terms of the air quality assessment, that is an average daily flow assessment. So it does, an air quality assessment goes beyond what a normal highway assessment would do, which tends to focus on the AM and PM. But air quality is a district council matter, but Suffolk County Council support West Suffolk in their efforts to improve air quality across the district. The Bunbury Arms scheme, yes, we do have Section 106 funding from development in Mid-Suffolk to fund improvements around Thurston, including Bunbury Arms. I'm not aware of the programme for that. I know it's in detailed design at the moment, so that will come forward at some time in the hopefully near future. I think we covered Ixworth before. Yes, Ixworth is included in the strategic modelling, which supports the local plan, so we do have a good handle. I think there was sort of a general feeling that the assessments are based on assumptions. I mean, all traffic modelling is crystal ball gazing. It just depends on the quality of the assessments and the quality of the evidence that you feed into it. Nobody knows for sure what's going to happen in 2040. I would be lying to you if I promised you I know exactly what's going to happen in 2040. Probably some of the things that are going to influence transport between now and 2040 haven't even been invented yet. So, you know, it's all projection. It's all based on assumptions, but it's the best quality data that we have. It is tested at appeals. It is tested through local plan examinations. The methodology that we're applying to the West Suffolk local plan has already been successfully deployed for East Suffolk, Ipswich, Baber Mid, and all of those inspectors were content with the methodology. So we're applying exactly the same process to the emerging West Suffolk local plan. So I think we can have a high degree of confidence that, you know, the approach is sensible. And the point about significant versus severe, I think Rachel did pick up on this. It is something that's at a national level. If you want to influence that, then that's DLUC. You'll have to talk to Michael Gove, because Michael Gove heads up DLUC. It is a national issue. It's something that we wrestle with right across Suffolk. Some people may say that the NPPF doesn't fully recognise the difference between rural communities and urban communities. It is a national framework. It is, by definition, broad brush. But it's a framework that we have to work to. And like I say, you have to have very, very good evidence supporting what your West Suffolk officers have said, extremely robust evidence to support going outside of what is set in national policy. So I may have, I think there was some discussion about the, future years. Like I say, the transport assessment, because it's based upon the current allocation, considered 2031. But as I said earlier, we have taken that forward to 2040 as part of the emerging local plan traffic modelling. So I think we can have a high degree of confidence that we know what the situation is going to be like, even if the site was slightly delayed beyond that original 2031 date that was set in the original TA. So, like I say, we've considered 2040, considered the cumulative traffic and the cumulative impacts to 2040.
Thank you, Luke. Right, members. Anything to follow up with county highways or Council London?
To repeat the question with regards to the exact positioning of the cut for the cul-de-sac and whether having all of the housing on one side and all of the industrial on the other side was a proposed option. And I'm very sorry, with regards to the severe, I've got a copy of the MPPF here. Can you just direct me to the exact wording for where the definition of severe is?
Go on, Luke. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It is very much all we have to go on is that paragraph. It is subjective. I think, as the officers have mentioned, it's been tested at appeals in the past. In terms of for context, I would say transport assessments tend to consider at a given location, either in terms of link capacity or junction capacity, what we call a V over C, a volume over capacity calculation of 0.85, so that's 85% of its theoretical capacity, is at a point where a junction is starting to perform poorly. So what we tend to see, and I'm talking in very general terms now as opposed to anything specific, in very general terms, we tend to expect that a transport assessment that highlights that any specific junctions within the sort of scope of the assessment that are starting to show impacts approaching 0.85% of their theoretical capacity should be considered in detail. And then that would probably consider queue lengths, average delay through the junction, and also if there are any road safety issues that would be associated with that. So it generally is on the SRN or National Highways Network, where you would say if the off-slip capacity is exceeded by projected traffic flows, then you would clearly have stationary traffic, say on the A14, where it could be struck by traffic travelling, free flow conditions at 70 miles an hour. That would clearly be related to congestion, but an unacceptable impact on highway safety, because that's clearly a dangerous situation. So they tend to be the areas that you would scrutinise, but it is the test is subjective. It does come down to officer experience and sort of local knowledge of where issues are likely to occur. But I would go back to my previous statement. It is extremely high bar, and it is nationally. In terms of the link, yeah, we would. It's our role as a statutory consultee to assess the proposal that's put in front of us. So we've assessed the full link road proposal. If somebody came forward with and that is as set out in the application, if somebody came up with an alternative application that didn't have a link road, it, as you say, was severed at some point in the middle or at either end, then yeah, we'd assess that accordingly. But yeah, we've only assessed the proposal that's put in front of us, just to be clear.
Rachel wants to come back as well.
So, Chair, just on that point, and we'd look at the plan on the screen where north is to the left. Oh, sorry. Can you?
Lewis, can you? It's on now.
Brilliant. Sorry about that.
Okay.
So we've got north to the left where the roundabout is, and you've got the link running through to what is traditionally known as Shepherd's Grove West, right down at the bottom. So there's obviously a desire to link that into the link road so that traffic there doesn't have to come through the village of Stanton. But there's also a need for this employment site to have some vehicular link through to Stanton. So because it would be nonsensical for people who live in Stanton that might work on the site. Hopefully they'd be walking or cycling, but if not, they're going to have to get onto the A143 rather than cut through here. So that's the reason it's not a cul-de-sac and it is a link through, but has been designed in a way, particularly to the north of Shepherd's Grove West, with build-outs to hopefully discourage HGVs using that part of the site. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. Right. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I did want to explore the viability issue a little bit more because I do find it interesting that the applicant has indicated that market conditions have changed, leading to the removal of the residential element of the scheme. Now, this is exactly the opposite to what they've argued on other schemes that they've developed, whereby the commercial aspect is not viable and they want housing on it. So I do wonder what has changed, and I do think we should have been more robust in requiring a viability assessment of this site. If this is approved, does the housing element automatically fall away? Are we left just with the commercial, or can the housing element then come back with a new viability assessment, possibly saying the commercial is no longer viable? So I'd just like to explore that a little bit more, Gary, please. There's no doubt it's a difficult decision because there are benefits to Stanton, but I am somewhat intrigued by the fact that 39 people turned up at the parish council meeting and 35 of them didn't agree that this was a good thing for Stanton. So I do wonder if Councillor Thorndyke has an answer to that question, because, you know, to me, it quite obviously is an improvement for Stanton. But what we haven't really heard from Highways or the officers is the impact on the surrounding villages. I would like to know what their opinion is from the point of view of impact on traffic on the surrounding villages, because we've heard concerns from these villages, but it's difficult for me to assess that. I can only assess where I live, and I've seen a development, and that has caused a lot of increased rat running through our village. So I would be interested to know your opinion on the likely rat running through Walsham, Hepworth, and we've heard a lot about the A143. We talk about safety. I don't know if you have the figures of how many people have been injured at the Bunbury Arms crossroads that we're still waiting for improvements on, which Councillor Thorndyke has discussed. So just a little bit of questions about that viability, please. And is the housing going to fall away automatically, or is it still just in abeyance and can come back and be included? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mildmay White. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, it's another question for the Lukes, I'm afraid. I really appreciated that bit more detail about how those things are calculated, sort of with regards to sort of what constitutes severity. But I just wondered, and I'm sorry if this has been mentioned and I somehow missed it, but I wondered if you could tell us how close this was to severe, because you've talked about the bar being very high, but I don't believe we've heard whether we were very close to that or very far away from it. So I'd be interested in that if possible.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor London, please.
Thank you, Chair. The same question, but with a slightly more technical bent, which is you mentioned that 85% is the VC ratio where you start to look at things with more detail. I'd just like to confirm that all of the road junctions that are going to be affected by this development down to the A14 have been modelled. And I'd just like to check what the highest VC ratio we have found from that modelling is in that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Whittam, you keep appearing and disappearing. Of course you... Yeah. Okay, that's fine. I'll just say to members, there's been no proposal just yet, so we must be getting close to conclusion of the debate, I would think. Okay, anything to... Yeah, Rachel, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. A question from Councillor Mildmay White about viability and if this is approved, does the residential element fall away? The residential element was came forward not as part of the allocation. The allocation and the wording in RV4 just talks about higher value uses. So the residential element came forward as part of the master plan that was approved in late 2019 that has now expired. Obviously, if for some reason this development didn't happen and the owner wanted to come forward with a residential development, with or without a master plan, we'd be looking at viability testing that because it's allocated for employment use. So I can't, we've still got a master plan that's out of date that shows residential, but it's not mentioned specifically in the allocation, which obviously still stands, but the allocation does talk about higher value uses being permissible on viability grounds. I hope that makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I've got no members wishing to speak. Oh, I beg your pardon. Yeah, there were highways questions, Luke. Yes.
Hi. Yeah, no, thank you. In terms of the overall junction performance, so I don't, forgive me, I don't know the performance of every junction in Suffolk off the top of my head, but in terms of the most impacted junction is the new proposed roundabout, and its highest capacity is on the A143 west of the proposed new road in the afternoon, and that would be 0.65. So that is, and that is in 2031. So that is the highest capacity certainly in the vicinity of the site. In terms of taking West Suffolk as a whole, the locations that are flagging as being either approaching or have exceeded their capacity in 2040 are a junction which I know Councillor Hood knows very well, the junction 37, the A142, A14 at Newmarket. Both junctions that we all probably use quite a lot around Bury, 43 and 40. So 43 is Central Interchange, 44 is Sainsbury's, and also the A11 five ways. So they are the junctions that are flagging in the local plan work, taking everything into account cumulatively, including this site at a West Suffolk level. Just to give it some context, rat running is I would say not every single road in Suffolk is covered in the strategic modelling, but that does tend to mean that the traffic that can't use every available road does tend to obviously be forced to use the roads that are still probably considered locally to be rat runs, and so all of those roads have been assessed. So it would be like the main roads through the villages you mentioned, but not necessarily every little link. So they have all been assessed, and I think they were primarily the questions around the strategic modelling that were left.
Okay, thank you, Luke. Councillor Whittam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'm an elected member, and there has been an awful lot of objection from the electorate in the area. And I think as councillors, we should very much listen to the feelings of the people that actually live, work and travel through this area. And the main seems the main concern is the cumulative effects of traffic, not just from this site, but from this site, especially pertinent and material to this deliberation today, but the cumulative effect over the years up till 2040. And the highway view, the Suffolk County Council highway view, is by their own admission subjective, indeed crystal ball gazing. So I think I am minded to go with a refusal for this application. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam. Councillor Hood, please.
Yeah,
Oh, I beg your pardon. Is that seconded? I should ask first, shouldn't I?
well, I'll second.
Okay, Councillor Hood, thank you very much.
Yes, I listened very carefully because I wasn't here last time. And it's imperative that we listen to local residents. This is a particularly clear situation because we have so many who have come. Having listened to the objections, I personally believe that there are various additional reasons other than just the highways for turning this down. And with respect, it's clearly a very difficult thing. And we've had very good explanations from officers and highways officers. But it would seem to me that there is ample evidence to refuse this application. As Councillor Neil said earlier, it's an application that is in the wrong place, in my view. We could go on for hours talking about the cumulative impact of highways. It is a very difficult judgment. I support what Councillor Whittam has said about the subjective test. So, additionally, we all know that travel plans are ignored. Having gone through the papers at length, seeing all the local villages and parish councils with all their reasons for objecting, I think it's very clear that there are clear reasons that this can be turned down, which is why I'm very happy to support the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Rachel gave some indication earlier about RV4 in the... Is that something that you would, in terms of your collective view, would RV4 be something that you would like to see included as a refusal reason? And Councillor Whittam, would you agree to that?
I would agree indeed, yes, as it only partially meets the requirement of RV4.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that clarity. Clearly, there may be other reasons as well, but Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm thinking with regards to this bar, this severe bar. I think that as we've just stated, that's from the NPPF, that is national government, and that is something that is decided in aggregate across the country by, I forgot the word for it, the
Central government.
no, when by objections and by the planning inspectorate. Thank you. Sorry, I lost the ability to speak there for a second. And that when we are looking at this and the risks to this, there is a financial and a reputational risk. And I think that we can actually flip that on its head. The correct process for defining where that severe bar lies is through this process of it being rejected and then it going to the planning inspectorate. And I think that we are respecting that process for addressing what I think is actually an incorrectly placed bar for rural areas like this. And if that is the process that we are mandated to go through, then I, for one, am happy that we stump up the cash and the financial implications for that. So I see it as a reputational opportunity rather than a reputational risk to try to clarify these points on a wider matter.
Thank you, Councillor London. There's no member wishing to speak. I think we've had all officer responses, both district and county. So it's been proposed by Councillor Whittam for refusal.
Can you draw their attention to me too?
Yes, please. Sorry, before I continue, Rachel has just pointed out something to draw your attention to. Please, Rachel.
So, Chairman, just so that members are clear, if I draw your attention to page 27 and paragraph 40, which is the suggested highways refusal reason, and then following your interjection about RV4, that would be in relation to the high value uses that are proposed as part of this application not having been viability tested as required by policy RV4. Thank you.
Okay, everyone clear? Oh, Councillor Marmay White.
About the lack of the viability assessment, but will we fall down because we didn't request one, or was it that the developer didn't propose one? So, do you see where I'm coming from?
I think that's a discussion for an appeal, and there are both sides of that argument to be made. It's not something that I would say is a high risk in terms of that being included as part of the refusal reason.
Okay, right, let's get back to the proposal, which is from Councillor Whittam, to refuse the application, and seconded by Councillor Hood for the reasons that Rachel articulated earlier, which is contrary to the officer's report recommendation, which is for approval. Could I see a show of hands in favour of refusing the application, please? And those against, please?
So that's 10 votes in favour, 4 votes against. The motion is carried and the application is refused.
Thank you, Claire. Okay, right, so that concludes Part A of the agenda, and those that were here for Part A are very welcome to stay for Part B, but that's not going to start for at least 20 minutes, so we'll restart at 25 to 2. Yeah, thank you. Right, members, I'm going to formally open part B of the agenda. In doing so, we just need to repeat some of the earlier agenda items. So could I formally have apologies again for absence, please, Helen?
Chair, we have apologies from Councillor Carol Bull and Marilyn Sayer.
Thank you very much indeed. And is there a substitute? Councillor Higgins.
Yes, I'm substituting for Councillor Marilyn Sayer.
Thank you very much indeed. We've already approved the minutes anyway, so that's fine. Nobody who was in Part A had any further declarations of interest on the items on Part B. Councillor Higgins, have you got any?
Yes, indeed. I sit on the Bury St Edmunds Town Council Planning Committee, and that is pertinent to one of these items, I believe.
Which one is that? Do you know?
The one regarding Stonebridge Avenue.
Oh, yes, okay, that's fine.
However, I will obviously remain open-minded, and I'm keen to hear what everybody has to say.
I'll just ask Claire as the solicitor to comment.
Thank you, Councillor Higgins. From what you've said, and provided you have an open mind, I don't see that precludes you from taking part.
Thank you very much indeed, both. And we can now move on. Oh, Councillor David Smith, I do apologise.
That's okay. Just usual declaration, a matter of consistency. Item 8, discussed at Taylor Town Council. Obviously, we'll listen to discussion. Keep an open mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Same applies to you as what I've just said to Councillor Higgins. Thank you.
Right, then we can move on. Amy, you are presenting to the committee the Vicarage Farm Cottage in Great Barton. So please begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. So we've got the application here for Vicarage Farm Cottage, Vicarage Farm Lane, Great Barton, which is for one dwelling following the demolition of an existing dwelling. The application is before us as we received comments from the Great Barton Parish Council, which raised no objection to the current scheme. Therefore, the application was taken to delegation panel, where it's determined that the application should be brought before the Development Control Committee. However, yesterday I was made aware by Great Barton Parish Council that there was actually an error with their comments of no objection. They actually wish to maintain their objection to the proposal. And I've just detailed the comments on the screen here. But these will be later addressed in the presentation. So here we've got the location plan, which shows the application site outlined in red. The development sits outside of the housing settlement boundary of Great Barton in land designated as countryside for the purpose of planning. We've also got a public right-of-way which runs along the western boundary of the site, which is the pink dashed line. Policy DM5 of the Joint Development Management Policies document aims to protect areas designated as countryside from unsustainable development. And policy DM5 states that the replacement of an existing dwelling on a one-for-one basis would be acceptable where it can be demonstrated that the proposed replacement dwelling respects the scale and floor area of the existing dwelling in accordance with other policies. So we've got the existing site plan here, which shows the dwelling on the site. And then the existing floor plan. It should be noted that the floor area of the existing dwelling is 106 metres squared. And then we've got the existing elevation. So it is a modest bungalow measuring 3.6 metres in height. The proposed development has been amended during the course of the application, and the plans, I'll go through those now. So on the screen at the moment, we've got the superseded proposed site plan. And then the superseded proposed floor plans. So the previously proposed dwelling had a gross internal floor area of 203 metres squared, which was not considered to respect the floor area of the existing dwelling. And it was 2 stories in height, measuring approximately 8.1 metres, which again was not considered to respect the scale of the existing dwelling as required by policy DM5. In addition, the design was considered to be unsympathetic to both the surrounding area's character and the character of the existing dwelling, being overtly tall, wide, and having mismatched eaves, window sizes and positions, failing to result in good and visually attractive design. Following concerns being raised regarding the original design by officers, a plan was provided which indicated what could be carried out under permitted development in terms of an increase in floor area, which is shown on the screen. This indicates that the floor area could be increased to 155 metres squared without requiring planning permission, which can offer some material fallback. However, this does not allow for an additional storey on top of the existing single-storey dwelling. So now moving on to the amended proposal that we have before us, which the officer recommendation is based upon. This is the site plan, which also shows in blue the proposed drainage details, which I'll move on to further in the presentation. The dwelling does have a reduced scale and floor area, but remains in the same location as to what was previously proposed. The proposed dwelling now has a gross internal floor area of 174.25 metres squared. And whilst it's acknowledged that the PD rights can offer some materiality as a fallback, as advised before, in terms of the increased floor area, this weight is limited, and officers are still of the opinion that the 83% larger floor area does not respect the floor area of the existing dwelling as required by policy DM5. We've got the elevations here. So in terms of the scale of the dwelling, it has been reduced to a height of 6.05 metres, but it is measured as 5.4 metres when measured from the new ground level, as the dwelling is proposed to be set down into the ground. The latest iteration remains generously scaled compared to the dwelling it's proposed to replace, noting the existing dwelling is a modest bungalow. In terms of the design, the revised design is still considered to be inelegant, with an wide frontage and disorderly fenestration. The setting down of the dwelling has improved the height to some degree, and the black cladding would tie in with the barn to the east. However, the high eaves line, the wall dormers, and the overall bulk is still not considered to respect the scale and character of the existing dwelling or area. And this is just the proposed sections, which shows that the dwelling is to be set down by 650 millimetres into the ground to reduce its height. Concerns have been raised by members regarding flooding due to the dwelling being set into the ground. So I'll just address that on this slide. So the site is located within flood zone 1, where the risk of flooding is low. The drainage within the site is proposed to be ACO drains around the dwelling and along the access, which would run to soakways within the site. The external doors are to be 150 millimetres above ground level. And having spoken with the lead local flood authority, it has been advised that due to the site likely sitting within the nodular chalk formation, if permission is granted, a pre-commencement condition should be placed upon the permission, which would require drainage details to be submitted to ensure drainage for the site is sufficient. So I'm just going to move on to some site photographs and then a site video. So this is the view of the dwelling from the access. And then just another view of the dwelling looking into the site. We've got a glimpse view here of the dwelling from the barn access, which is to the southwest. And this is just looking north along the site, along the public right-of-way, with the site on the right-hand side in this photograph. And then I'm looking east, no, actually that should be west, there's some dwellings in the distance here, and then some agricultural buildings. And then we've got the video here. So I'm just walking into the site here, looking up the public right-of-way. We've got the neighbouring barn just behind. And then looking back towards the road. And then back into the site. In terms of comments and representations, I've just summarised them here. So we didn't receive any comments from ward members, but Councillor Sarah Broughton did attend the delegation panel in support of the application. As I said, Great Barton Parish Council objected to the original scheme, but then raised comments of no objection to the amended scheme, but they have advised that was an error, and they do maintain their objection due to the application's conflict with policy DM5 and DM27. 2 neighbour representations were received for the original scheme, 1 in support and 1 neutral. And then 1 neighbour representation was received for the amended scheme, which again was neutral. Our environmental health officer raised no objections to the proposal, subject to conditions. Suffolk Fire and Rescue raised no objection to the proposal. The Suffolk County Council as Highways Authority raised no objection, subject to conditions. And again, the environment team raised no objections. So in summary, in terms of the principle of development, with the application site sitting outside of the housing settlement boundary in land designated as countryside, policy DM5 is relevant and states that the replacement dwelling will be acceptable where it is on a 1-for-1 basis and can be demonstrated that the proposed replacement respects the scale and floor area of the existing dwelling. Whilst the principle of replacing a dwelling is acceptable, the existing dwelling is a modest rural bungalow, which is to be replaced by a 2-storey dwelling, which would have an 83% larger floor area and an additional storey, from which it can be concluded does not respect the floor area or scale of the existing dwelling. In terms of the design and impact on the character, policy DM2 and DM22 of the Joint Development Management Policies document and paragraphs 135 and 139 of the National Planning Policy Framework attach great importance to good design, expecting new developments to be visually attractive, responding to the local character and reinforcing local distinctiveness. This is further supported by CS3 of the St Edmundsbury Core Strategy and GB5 and GB12 of the Great Barton Neighbourhood Plan. The design of the proposed dwelling is considered to be inelegant with an over-wide frontage and disorderly fenestration, whilst the setting down of the dwelling into the ground does lessen the impact of the height to some degree. And as I said before, the black cladding elements would tie in with the bar to the rear of the dwelling. With the high eaves line, the wall dormers and overall bulk of the proposed dwelling, it's not considered to respect the scale and character of the existing dwelling, nor would it result in good design which reflects and respects the character of the area. Therefore, the proposal is considered to be contrary to policy due to the design and scale, and officers therefore recommend the refusal of the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Right, in terms of public speaking, we've got Councillor Maggie Dunn. You're the chair of Great Barton Parish Council. Is that? Okay, thank you. And we've got Stacey Cobbold, who's the architect, and Ben Hutton, who is the applicant. Now, with regards to, you're doing a shared presentation. Who's starting first?
and then Bun will follow.
Okay, that's fine. But in terms of the hierarchy of presentation, Councillor Maggie Dunn, it's you first. And you've got 3 minutes.
First of all, I'll apologise to you for us, our confusion, shall we say.
Don't worry about that.
Well, no, it was a bit of a letdown. We just object to it. It's overdevelopment of the site. It's a very small area, up in fact, a private road. And the height and spread across the front of the site, we felt was overdevelopment of the area. And our previous comments it being against policies, which have already been mentioned, so I don't need to mention them again. We just wanted to reiterate that. So thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Maggie. Right, Stacey, you're going first. Collectively, you've got 3 minutes, so whatever time you take, Ben, you only have the balance to the end of the 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today in support of our application. My name is Stacey Cobbold and I'm the architect for this project. Whilst policy DM5 states that the replacement dwelling should respect the scale and floor area of the existing dwelling, it's important to look at the objectivity of the policy. It is clear from the preceding paragraph that the objective is to protect and enhance the quality and character of the countryside. In this case, the existing bungalow is a 20th century bungalow sat directly against the eastern boundary. It's pink, built using cheap and harmful materials such as UPVC and asbestos, which allows the low-pitched roof that modern materials wouldn't allow. It's got an EPC rating of E, and it just meets national space standards for a 5-person, 3-bedroom property or family home. It needs a full internal and external overhaul and a full reconfiguration of the internal layout to be remotely fit for purpose. It can be agreed that the dwelling has no architectural merit, nor does it make a positive contribution to the character and appearance of the area. By contrast, the proposed dwelling is of high architectural merit, designed as a one-off family home suitable for 21st century living. This proposal has been redesigned on initial comments received from the original scheme, significantly reducing its scale and altering the layout and design. This led to what we believed the parish council to having no objections and being satisfied that it aligned with the neighbourhood plan. The proposed dwelling will be different in both appearance and scale. Overall, the 1.5-storey dwelling has been considered, with the ridge height sat similar to the surrounding barns, either equal to or less than, and the other nearby dwelling is a 2-storey house, the only dwelling. Moving the position allows the dwelling to better utilise its amenity space, improving biodiversity habitats, and creates a street frontage which it presently doesn't have. It minimises the impact of the important views laid out within GB1 and uses quality materials that fit in contextually with the barns and providing longevity for the building, as well as adding interest and enhancing the amenity and appearance of the area generally. Ultimately, we're asking the council to support this development, which seeks to enhance the overall quality and character by designing in ecological and environmental aspects, having architectural merit, a considered site layout, quality materials, and positively contributing towards an improved setting. Suggesting scale alone is reflective of the detriment of this setting is wrong. Just because something is different doesn't mean it's harmful. Thank you for listening. I'll now hand you over to Ben Hutton, the owner of the property.
Is that the specific design was not to their personal taste, because even after we'd met the previous criteria of height and size, we were suddenly told if we changed the appearance, it could now be taller and bigger, contradicting months of discussions. The proposal is not imposing and would only add character to the site. The black cladding and simple shape adds a likeness to the barns. It's smaller than neighbouring 2-storey properties, respects the footprint of the existing dwelling, and would only add value to the road. If we went down the permitted development route, we could almost double the footprint, but would not positively contribute or add any character to the area. There should be no logical reason.
I have to stop you, I'm afraid. Can you finish up in one sentence?
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to demolish something unsightly, impractical and unsafe so I can build a sustainable home to build a family and a life alongside my small holding business.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, committee, debate, discussion. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. I struggled with the whole bit from the officers talking about it being inelegant and, sort of this disorderly fenestration and everything, because it clearly is very subjective, because I personally think it's beautiful. I love the design. I actually preferred the one that was even more disorderly at the beginning. So I just wanted to point out that I don't think any of that should be a reason for rejecting it, because it's clearly so open to just, people's preference. I do think that the one that's currently there, the pink one, doesn't look great. So just from that perspective, I think it will improve the area. And obviously I'll listen to the discussion, but I really like it and I think it looks like an improvement. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor David Smith, please.
Yeah, pretty much the same view, really. I think it's a vast improvement on what's there. I think the increase in height, I think it's less than 2 metres at 1.6 metres or something, is not excessive. It's actually a smaller footprint, has been said, than the one that's there at the moment. And beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. But there are many. I did see many properties as we drove around of a similar sort of design with similar type of fenestration. So I can't see how that is a problem. So I've got nothing against this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David Smith. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I honestly came into this not knowing which way I was going to go, and I'm still not entirely sure which way I'm going to go on this one. But I am aware that at West Suffolk Council we do tend to be somewhat allergic to full two-storey buildings in rural areas. I've had that in other areas that I'm aware of where even though there are two-storey buildings, new two-storey buildings are not looked on with favour. The only other comment that I'd like to say at this point is a raised eyebrow at the sinking into the ground and the inclusion of a sump for sanitary water. And this is again probably as subjective as the fenestration issue, but I would not want to live in a house where if there was a power cut, the sewage might come back.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Holder, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I read the papers and listened to the applicants on this one. They have been around long enough to see these sort of things happening right across the West Suffolk area, where you've got a very small building and the next thing you know, you've had an application for a much larger building, and in the distant past, people were getting away with it. And they actually had things, absolutely ginormous houses to replace basically a two-bedroom bungalow, or, a worker's cottage or something, which is completely outrageous. Now, our policies now are trying to slow this down, and this has got things against it. One, our policy, the fact it's outside the settlement boundary. There is permission to replace the building, as our officers have told us. I quite agree that the beauty of the current building or the next building is in the eye of the beholder. There's actually very little to commend the current building, I must admit. It doesn't look particularly attractive. However, it's the size that it all boils down to. Somebody's taking a small footprint and trying to build something that's not suitable on it. And therefore, I would go along with our policies on this one, just to help other people who are thinking of building larger properties on their little bungalow or double garage or whatever it may be, that it actually isn't permitted under our current policies. So I would be voting for refusal. Thank you.
Just before I move on, voting for, or are you actually proposing a refusal?
I think it's being proposed. Is it being proposed?
No.
No. Okay, I will propose refusal if I can find a seconder.
Thank you very much indeed. Is there a seconder for that refusal, please? Councillor Hood, would you like to speak?
Yes. Thanks. We've got a policy, and if we ignore our policy, then it's really quite hard to enforce them going forward. So we have a policy. This sits outside the housing settlement boundary. It's not a replacement. I mean, we can all see that what's there is less than ideal. But, if we have a policy that says you have to replace effectively like for like, we should be enforcing it. I happen to agree with officers on this one, so I'm happy to second refusal. And it would seem to me that, if you don't enforce the policy, then things that break policy spring up everywhere. So I'm agreeing with my colleague here. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Hood. Councillor Neil, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in two minds over this. I can see a building that the proposal that is providing an upgrade, and it looks so much better than what's there already. But then the same token, it's already been said about the policies. It's in a rural location. It's not like there's a street scene. So to have something slightly different, I don't see that as being a problem and being out of the ordinary. I wouldn't want to live in a house that where it was sunken into the ground, and I can see the problems that could come from that. But then again, that's not my decision. The parish council's changed its mind twice on it, so I don't think there's too much conviction there as to whether they feel it should or shouldn't. There's been very few objections to it, so trying to make sense of that, I find it a bit difficult because, as I say, I'm in two minds and I'll listen to the debate and make a decision from thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Neil. Councillor Waldron, please.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me we're arguing about 24 square metres in size of the building. With permitted development, the building would become 155 square metres. The present billing is 174.25 square metres. Yeah, it's bigger. But ultimately, my main problem with it as it stands is its orientation. If it was orientated through 90 degrees, so it's in line with the barn, to me, it'd make it more acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Waldron. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. It is so difficult because, the countryside is littered with these small bungalows which really are no longer fit for purpose. But I'm afraid I do agree with my colleagues in that we do have a policy. And yes, in the past, that hasn't always held tight. Our policy was different, and I can take you around my villages and show you one or two that have exceeded that footprint when they were replacing a dwelling. But on this occasion, I do stick with policy, and sadly would have to go against refusal of this. Approval, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. It happens to the best of us, or the worst of us, depending. Right, Councillor Glossop, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I went on the site visit and I don't agree with digging down so that the height isn't, so it isn't too tall. So I don't, I accept what the officers are saying, and I will go with the officers' recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Glossop. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I just forgot to add before when I was sort of speaking in favour of it, that I think we have to remember how much of a big deal the environmental improvement is as well, the sustainability, the energy rating, all of that, the materials used. I do think that the current building, obviously it's small. We wouldn't be building something like that now for a family of that size because it wouldn't meet the minimum requirements or would just meet it or whatever. So I don't know, it doesn't seem to make any sense to me to refuse something that's an improvement, for the residents and also for the environment. I feel like the positives massively outweigh the negatives, which is just that there's a bit of a change in size, which isn't going to actually harm anybody at all. So obviously I can't propose approval until the other vote's been done, but I will be doing that if I can. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Jones. Councillor London, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't know whether this is pertinent or not, but I've got a question for officers, if I may. With the national minimum housing standards for the size of rooms, for a house that has the number of bedrooms that this one does, which I believe is 3, the original house anyway. What percentage larger would the footprint of that house have to be to still meet current minimum guidelines, and is that commensurate with the expansion of the proposed house.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor Dicker, please.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, what we have in front of us isn't particularly nice, and this council is not saying it can't be replaced at all. It can't be knocked down and restarted again, but it needs to be done with our policies and policy agreement and everything. And anything that would be built now, something new and appropriate, would have to have all the environmental issues added to it and things, and be very friendly for those reasons. So I have no problem with supporting the officers on this. It's also outside of development boundary, open countryside, where, as members are aware, I'm particularly strict on. So this does, in my view, go with policy. It doesn't matter if it's going to be whatever size, providing it agrees with our policies, then I'm happy to support the officers on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dicker. Okay, officers, can you come back on answer some of the issues? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think we've just got one question that we've noted, which was from Councillor London. We don't currently have a policy relating to the national minimum housing standards, so we haven't assessed the application against that criteria. So I can't give you an answer to that question in relation to how much bigger the existing dwelling would need to be to meet the standards. And in any event, that's not what our policy talks about, which is more akin to the scale and floor area, the relevant criteria. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Councillor Whittam, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, policy is our main guiding light, if you like, and I'm certainly not against development of that site in line with our policies. Like others have mentioned, I certainly wouldn't want to live in a house in this part of the world that's set into the ground, but that's a non-material consideration. I don't actually see much wrong with what's proposed. In some part, I'm in a quandary over this, so I'm afraid I would have to veer in line of supporting our officers' refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam. Right, listen, there are no other members on my screen. I think officers have responded where appropriate. So let's just test out what the view of the committee is. So the officer's recommendation was refusal, and Councillor Holder has proposed refusal in line with the officer's recommendation, and seconded by Councillor Hood. Could I see a show of hands in favour, please, of refusal? And those against refusal? And anyone abstaining?
So that's 10 votes in favour, 2 votes against and 3 abstentions. Motion is carried and the application is refused.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you, members. We move on to item 7 on our agenda. Okay, members, this is item 7, 2 Stonebridge Avenue in Bury St Edmunds. Greg is the presenting case officer, and this is the first time he's presented to committee. So good luck, Greg. Over to you, Greg.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, members.
The proposal before you is for a householder planning application situated at 2 Stonebridge Avenue within the settlement boundary of Bury St Edmunds. The proposed development is for a first floor side extension and detached cart lodge. The application is presented to the committee as a result of the comments received from Bury St Edmunds Town Council and the ward member, which are in support of the proposal, contrary to the officer recommendation of refusal. I would like to note that the proposal description being considered is an amendment to the original application, which sought the construction of a 2-storey detached cart lodge, and the description has been amended during the negotiation process. Here we can see the location and GIS plan for the application site. The site is at a corner plot on Stonebridge Avenue and is adjacent with Vinery Road to the east. There is an area tree preservation order to the north of the application site, which does go into the curtilage. And here we have the existing block plan, which shows the ground floor plan and the space to the east where the cart lodge is proposed, which is currently partially occupied by a shed. This will become clearer on the next slide, which is our proposed block plan. And here we can see the floor plan of the proposed cart lodge alongside the existing ground floor plan of the dwelling. You can see in comparison to the previous slide, the area denoted as garage at the host dwelling now includes a spiral staircase which will provide access to the proposed first floor side extension. And here is a closer image of the floor plans for the cart lodge with dimensions shown. This also gives a clearer indication of the bin storage area, which is located to the east of this element of the proposal. Now, switching to the plans for the proposed first floor side extension, this is situated above the existing garage, is accessed from the ground floor of the dwelling and will form a studio space. I am now going to go through the elevations of both the existing and the proposed. Here we have the existing front elevation of the dwelling. We can see what was the original dwelling with the subsequent extensions and the original garage here, and then this is where we have our proposed first floor side extension. This is a slightly wider view which demonstrates both elements of the proposal alongside the existing dwelling. So here we have our cart lodge and our first floor extension. Switching to the rear of the property, this is our existing elevation. And then moving along again, we have the proposed development viewed alongside the existing dwelling. Switching now to the eastern elevation, this is viewed from Vinery Road, and I'll move forwards to our proposed. So here we can see the cart lodge in situ, and then this is the proposed side extension as well. Moving to the photographs of the application site. So this is an image taken forwards of the principal elevation, showing the area where the side extension is proposed, just up here. And then we're going to move across to the area of the site where we have the proposed cart lodge. Just moving towards Vinery Road, this just gives us a wider view of the application site in the context of the surrounding street scene. And here we have an image which shows the east elevation. This has been taken from the other side of Vinery Road. I'm just going to move up along Vinery Road in a northerly direction, so we're going to move further up. And then this is the image looking back towards the application site. So this is where our first floor side extension is and proposed cart lodge, just above the fence line there. And now here we have our final image, which is taken from a point to the north along Vinery Road, which demonstrates the areas that the development is proposed along this area here. Following the receipt of amended plans, a new consultation period was entered into. The response received from Bury St Edmunds Town Council was one of support, having previously removed their original objection to the 2-storey cart lodge. A representation has been received from the ward member, Councillor Richard Rout, which supports the application. This can be seen in full in paragraph 10 of the committee report. 2 neighbour representations have been received during this period. One of these has offered comments in support of the proposal. It has been brought to my attention that paragraph 11 of the committee report incorrectly states that the representation received from number 25 Vinery Road was one of support. Following the publishing of this report, we have been contacted by this person in order for this to be corrected and their position to be clarified. The message received states that their position is one of no comment to make on the amended plans, and that the submitted comments categorically do not state that any part of the amended proposal is being supported. I would like to offer my apologies for this oversight. And I shall now go through the comments in relation to the issues raised when assessing the proposed development against the relevant policies. In this instance, the relevant policies for consideration are DM2, DM24 and Core Strategy Policy 3. These policies seek to ensure that development proposals respect the character, scale and design of the host dwelling and surrounding area, and that they should recognise and address the key features and character of areas in which they are to be based. The first area to be considered in the assessment of the application is the principle of development. In this instance, the dwelling is considered to be in a plot that is able to accommodate some form of development, subject to matters which shall now be discussed. The application site is situated in a visually prominent corner plot which is elevated from the adjacent highway and forms a key element of the street scene. As a result of this, development in this area has been considered carefully. The originally proposed development sought the construction of a two-storey detached cart lodge. This was considered to have an unacceptable impact upon the character and appearance of the wider surrounding area as a result of its overall height, massing and scale. The cart lodge has now been amended so that it is single-storey in nature and has a much reduced impact upon the wider street scene. This element of the proposal is now considered to be acceptable within the policy context. Switching our attention now to the first floor side extension. This was a new addition to the description following the receipt of amended plans. This element is not considered to be an acceptable addition to the host dwelling within the context of the policies. This is largely due to the roof form, which drops down awkwardly along the side elevation and lacks cohesion with the rest of the dwelling. This is in order to accommodate an existing pitched roof at ground floor level, in addition to being an extension to a previously granted extension, meaning that these elements have been designed independently of each other. The siting of this element and its design and form is exacerbated as a result of its prominent position within the street scene and the prolonged views that the development would be afforded. These factors, along with a further elongation of the frontage of the property, are considered to contribute to a development that is materially harmful to the host dwelling and the wider character of the area. Moving on from this, the location of both elements of the proposed development have led to the conclusion that there would not be a materially negative impact upon the residential amenity of surrounding dwellings. Additionally, the landscape features to the north of the application site are not considered to be impacted by the proposal, and the development's impact is acceptable in this regard. Overall, the proposed development, specifically the first floor side extension, is considered to result in a materially negative impact upon the character and appearance of the host dwelling and the wider surrounding area, and is not considered to be supportable. It is for this reason that the application has been recommended for refusal. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for listening, and I shall hand you back over to your chair.
It's not the first round of applause in the chamber this morning, today, by the way. But yes, well done, Greg. Okay, members, we've now got registered speaker, the lady applicant, or the applicant, Emma Green. She's not here, but she's sent in an audio recording which Helen will attempt to play. Thank you, Susan. No, that's fine. We all understand, so there's no problem.
Just let council cast.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to address you today. Unfortunately, I cannot do so. My son's unwell. My husband and I live at 2 Stonebridge Avenue with our young son, who has suffered from febrile seizures due to a stroke when he was a baby, meaning he needs round-the-clock monitoring. I've moved my office to our home, adapted as best we can for the purpose. My work involves securing employment for high-level professional engineers, so you can imagine this situation is not ideal. Since our original submission, which admittedly was not well received, we have worked closely with our designer and your planning officer to address the shortfalls of the original proposal and develop a scheme that both meets our needs and sits comfortably with the built environment given the prominent location of our home. Paragraph 3 mentions that our current garage is still labelled as such on the plans. This is because it will continue to be used as secure storage for our cycles. My husband's a keen cyclist, and other ancillary items. Like most garages of its era, it has long been too small for a modern car. As you'll see from paragraphs 9 through 11 among the correspondence, there is unanimous support for our revised proposals presented before you today. The end of paragraph 23 concludes the cart lodge shown on the amended plans is considered to be acceptable, which is further reinforced in paragraphs 26. Paragraphs 24 and 25 discuss the proposed first floor extension, which has been deliberately designed to be small in scale adopting the existing roof forms on the existing footprint of the dwelling and remove a now incongruous flat roof element, while such that the roof follows the natural contours of the land. Accordingly, it does have a different eaves level and window height, but these are features already present in the immediate surrounding area, as I'm sure you'll have witnessed on your site visit. We therefore feel the planner's comments on this element are subjective at best. We feel that the proposals are in fact in line with policies DM1, DM2 and DM24 of the Joint Development Management Policies document and policy CS3 of the St Edmundsbury Core Strategy 2010. We agree with the officer's comments that there is no adverse effect on the residential amenity of the neighbouring properties or landscape features as outlined in paragraphs 23 through 31. Please note we are proposing to plant additional trees along the east boundary of our rear garden as indicated on the site plans. Paragraph 33 states it is unclear how the proposal will result in a change to the existing parking arrangements, so I will clarify here. We are currently able to park 2 vehicles on our driveway, 3 with some juggling. However, this is inconvenient as it does mean reversing onto or off the road, which is not ideal next to the junction with Binary Road, is something I refuse to do with my son in the car. The proposed car lodge is pushed back into the raised ground level to the side of the property, therefore freeing up space for a turning area that will allow us on a day-to-day basis to enter and exit the driveway in a forward gear, meaning I will not need to leave my vehicle on the road. The conclusion of the report states the reason for recommending refusal is that the first floor extension will have a material detrimental impact upon the character and appearance of both the host dwelling and the wider surrounding area. However, we contend that this is a subjective opinion that is refuted by the various representations of Bury Town Council, a local ward member, our neighbours and the next chief planning officer who will have direct views of the property from their front gardens. Accordingly, we respectfully request that the committee approve the proposals as presented here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much indeed, Helen. Right. Over to the committee. We've got Councillor Waldron, who's... Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at the plans of the proposed extension. I'm looking at the ground floor, where it shows the existing garage, where they've put a staircase, circular staircase in the corner. If you impose the new top floor extension on that, what they're actually building, excuse me for being a cynic, right, is a little flat for granny or grandpa or whatever, because you put a stud wall behind the garage door, flash garage door with windows in, and you've got a ground floor, you've got a 2-storey little apartment. Because, so just on that basis, you know, be honest and say you want to make a 2-storey apartment, but don't try and pull the wool over my eyes. I've got a relative who's done the same thing, so I know. Thanks very much, that's all.
Yes, I think that's going to result in a comment.
Possibly.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman, we need to consider what's before us on the plans, so we're not considering some sort of separate accommodation. It's clearly a garage that the applicant says will still be used for the parking of cycles at the ground floor, with a staircase up to a studio that is intended to be used for working from home. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Thank you, Councillor Waldron. Councillor Miller-Jones, please.
Thank you. I really do hate to sort of go against what the officers have said again, and I do apologise. But I looking at that sort of front elevation, I don't understand how that extension is supposed to be incongruous, because it's got an eaved roof. At the moment, there's a flat roof, which when I saw that photo, my instant thought was, oh, that flat roof looks so ugly and out of place. It's sticking out, because the rest of the house is all eaved roofs. And to me, it's the flat roof that's incongruous, and this extension will actually fix that. So I find it confusing that's, to me, it's a huge improvement again, and I do apologise to the officers. And then the only other thing to say was just that, as there have been no objections from anyone, I do agree with the applicant saying that it's a subjective matter, and that's it really. Thank you.
Just for my benefit, are you making a proposal for approval? Okay. Is that seconded, Councillor London? you can speak, Councillor London, because you're actually next on my list anyway.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I was going to say, Greg, good diction. Could hear you. It was really well presented. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I don't agree with you. I absolutely agree with what was said before. What has been said as an awkward roofline, I think, could be equally defined as a swooping, elegant, and subservient roofline to the main building that is in keeping with other extensions further along the road. So, yeah, I'm happy to second that proposal.
Thank you, Councillor London. Councillor David Smith, please.
Thank you. No apologies from me. Sorry, I disagree with you, Greg. Yeah, I have to see no problem with this at all. As has been said, it's purely subjective. I can't see how it goes against our policies. Happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Mike Chester, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's all been said, Chair, but if I could ask Greg, Case Officer, to go back to the front elevation presentational slide, please. It actually confirms what people have been saying. And looking at the excellent pictures that Greg's taken, giving us a view for those that didn't go on the site visit, you can see that personally, I think architecturally it works quite well. From a flat roof to the sloping roof, which blends into the existing elevations, I don't have a problem with this. So I'd be happy to support the recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chester. Councillor Mildmay White, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to support the officers on this because it is a subjective decision. And to me, it's such a prominent corner site. And to me, it's just overdevelopment of that site. And you'll see a huge block of building on the corner. And it just looks, sort of as if it's just been added. It's not a cohesive design to me. The window's kind of stuck in the middle, isn't it, of the other two? And then they're all at different levels. So I'm taking the opposite view, and I'm going to support the officers on this.
Thank you, Councillor Mildmay White. Councillor Holder, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would have benefited not having been on the site visit for a good old fly-by up and down the streets to look at the other properties, because our officers making big play, it doesn't suit the rest of the area. I'd like to make my own decision on that. The other thing is, it's just an observation, because it comes up time and time again, that we insist that an extension to a building is made subservient to the host building. And quite frankly, it doesn't help us and it doesn't help the applicant. If that had been symmetrical extension in the first place, it wouldn't look so bitty, which it does, I have to admit. It's totally unnecessary to keep putting this restriction on building when I know, because it happened on my area, where the officer basically wouldn't make it subservient because it would spoil the symmetry of this old building. You know, when it should have been subservient under their thoughts, if you like. So I think that's why the building looks a bit of a mess, just looking at it that way. But as it happens, as been said before, it's really not doing any harm, which is another word we use. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holder. I was just about to go officers, Councillor Hood, but I'll default to your intervention.
Okay, well, first of all, thank you for the presentation, which was very good. And second of all, I'm really pleased to hear officers, taking into account the appearance of buildings, because over so many years, so many horrible buildings have just not had any kind of proper eye, in my view, cast over them. So thank you for that. That having been said, I can't really see anything wrong with this. So embarrassingly, because I would like to support the officer on his first presentation, but I don't think I can on this one. But it's good to have the discussion, if I could just say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Right. Just Rachel, I think, is going to come back.
Chair, we haven't noted any questions, so I just wanted to clarify the reasons for approving, which I've noted down that members do not agree that the extension would be incongruous and that it would be in keeping with the character of the building and the area, and do not agree that it's poorly designed. So those were the reasons that I'd captured for the recommendation of the proposal of approval. On that basis, there wouldn't be a need to invoke the decision-making protocol. So I would just invite Greg, if that's okay at this point, to run through any conditions that we would need to append to an approval
Can I just
before.
can I just ask members first?
Yeah.
On the basis of what Rachel's outlined as the reasons for refusal, is there anything the proposer or the seconder would like to add or amend? Or you're quite content with Rachel's summary?
Reasons for approval.
Did I say refusal?
But
Been
yeah.
a long day
no,
again,
perfect.
Councillor. Yeah, for approval, yes. I beg your pardon. Thumbs up from Councillor London. So, Greg, yes. Conditions, please.
The conditions on an approval of this application would be the standard time limit condition and the in accordance with approved plans, because the plans do state the materials, so there's no need for a subsequent materials plan.
Okay, I think we can then move to the vote. So it's been proposed for approval by Councillor Miller-Jones, seconded by Councillor London, which is contrary to the officer's recommendation of refusal. Could I see a show of hands in favour of approving the application, please? And those against, please? And we've lost Councillor Glossop, of course, haven't we? Yeah.
That's 10 votes in favour, 4 votes against. Motion is carried and the application is approved.
Thank you, officers. Take care, Richard. Right, we move on to the final item on the agenda, which is the return of the application that we discussed at the last meeting, 30 to 38 High Street, Haverhill. And Claire is the case officer, but she's not available today, so Dave is going to make the presentation. So when you're ready, Dave.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. As the Chair has already said, this is a matter that's returning from previous consideration before the committee last month, which it was resolved by the committee to grant planning permission. As you can see from the screen, permission is sought for the partial change of use of part of the ground and second floor, beg your pardon, to education use, 30 to 38 High Street, Haverhill. Rather than dwelling too long on the presentation, I'll just take you to the floor plans. The reason the matter is back before the committee is because following the previous resolution, but before permission was granted, the applicant made a request to the case officers to amend the condition that had been recommended and endorsed by the committee that controlled the hours of construction. Standard condition imposed, in our view, reasonably, but which limited the times of construction to standard working hours. The applicant had expressed a view thereafter that in order to avoid disruption to existing workers within the remainder of the building and to avoid disruption to them from construction activities, all of which are, of course, in internal only fit out and on which will only take place over a very limited duration, approximately 8 weeks. The applicant has requested a variation to that condition in order to allow the internal fit out to take place until 9:30 Monday to Friday. The matter has been discussed following the previous meeting with our Public Health and Housing colleagues. There are no concerns or objections in relation to that revision, and therefore, in accordance with the report and the recommendations within it, the recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Right. Councillor London, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to move that we approve this application in line with officer recommendation, with a note that could the applicant be a little bit more careful because having to bring it back for such a minor thing is actually a little bit irksome. Thank you.
Yes, and I fully subscribe to that view as well. Councillor Whittam, please. Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Councillor Malmay White.
Going to second it.
Yes, I should have asked for a second. That's right. Yes, so that's Councillor Malmay White. Now, Councillor Whittam.
Thank you, Chair. I think this application could have been raised at, about the working hours for the original hearing. I think it's not only irksome, it's a waste of our time. And I would like that noted for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whittam. Right. I've got no one else wishing to speak on this. And there's no responses required, so I'm going to go straight to the vote. All of those members in favour of approving the application, which was proposed by Councillor London and seconded by Councillor Malmay White, please show of hands. Sorry, those against? 2 abstentions. Members, please, members, let's get, let's.
So that's 12 votes in favour and 2 abstentions. Motion's carried and the application is approved.
Thank you, Claire. Can I formally close the meeting? But I don't want members to leave. Lewis, can you confirm that we've stopped live streaming?